This is a BDRP classic. Hope you enjoy. All right, what's up, folks? I want you to check something out now. This was the very first anything that was spoken, that was put in the public for the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project. This was the very first show on Halloween night of 2015, I believe. And out of the archives, it comes to you. Now, this is unedited. I didn't know what was going on back then. I was nervous. I'd been in those Facebook groups. I saw that they were lost in the sauce. And me and Kirk Stokes said, you know what? Piss on it. We're just going to go hard in the paint. And we're going to make a researcher-centric channel and a researcher-centric show. So this is the first show we ever did. And I sincerely hope you enjoy.
How's it going, brother?
What's up, bro? This is podcast number 1. I'm DDoS.
And I'm Kirk Stokes.
We're extremely excited to tell you about our humble beginnings and our bright future with all our very eager plans that we have.
Definitely. We have a lot, since we've met, hooked up, brother.
Absolutely.
And it's
divine by nature.
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely have to call you my brother now,
Absolutely.
It's that tight, and
it's crazy to explain to somebody, but I started researching this topic, cryptids and whatnot, a year ago to shoot a little no-budget documentary. Started off watching Robert Dotson stuff. Then I found Kirk's, which about 9 months, 10 months into it, and I was completely floored. I've seen real stuff before, but his footage, how close he was getting to the creatures out there, and it was amazing. Like, you can take him from here, Kirk, and tell him the rest.
Yeah, you had contacted me on my YouTube comments, and you were really interested, especially in the book. A lot of the videos and the Bigfoot direwolf video.
My personal favorite. I love it.
Yeah, and I was, it's one of my personal favorites. It's a special video, and I appreciate it. I'm glad you liked it, and from then on, after reading your comments, seeing your enthusiasm in it, I just felt there was an instant, connection there.
Absolutely. No, it was that comment this guy had made, and everybody knows there's a lot of speculations on the topic itself. But somebody had made a comment, seeing how real this was. Like, he believed it, but he was saying, why don't you just run up to it? It'll be a heroic death and blah, blah, blah. And this whole time I was researching this, I never even read the comment, let alone comment. And I wasn't about that. I didn't want to see the speculation or the debates. And that was the first time I ever read through the comments, and I seen that, and it affected me somehow. Like, this magnificent footage that this guy's getting, and like, with all the people that gave you gratitude, this guy out of nowhere, saying something like some offhanded remark like that, I have to comment on it. That's I told him I think it's remarkable. I told you what my degree was and everything, and from there it just blossomed like a flower.
Yeah, definitely. We became brothers, and like I said, it personally makes me happy when somebody actually studies the video.
Me too.
Because in that video, there's creatures which I know were dire wolves, and there was Squatch in that video that was speaking out, and the dire wolves were, they were out and about in that video, and I wasn't that far away,
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, that's the first thing I noticed, like, because you, in most of your videos, you'll zoom in and pan out all the way for perspective.
Definitely. And that's what I was going to say. You were one of the first ones to notice the distance that I shot that, because a lot of people, they look, but they don't really, they don't really.
They're watching, but they're not exactly.
Yeah,
studying.
They're not seeing that distance. And I had some trained professionals that looked at it, and they were way off the mark. And you were right in there at saying. They were saying that they thought I was about 200 yards out. And I told them more like 60, but you called it at about 45, yards. And that's how far I was when I shot that morning. And,
I was saying I thought it was 40, but I was like at the very most 60.
Yeah, definitely.
And these professionals are professionals, like, and that was a big coup in my cap, honestly. I felt pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you called it right, because these guys, from what I know, I mean, their jobs are to analyze film,
Absolutely.
And they were way off the mark on it. I don't know why it was that big of a deal to them, but they apparently thought that, and but the video itself, I mean, I think it's one of the best ones to show, in a small area, how many cryptids, how many creatures were in there in one spot.
And you got that on your cell phone, right?
Yeah, that's the only thing that was the only camera I had that day, a 2G cell phone, and my regular Panasonic had gone out, and that was the only thing I had.
And I mean, to have that good of film, that good of footage with, something as modest as a cell phone, like, that's remarkable to me.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, there was, actually, I told you about what happened after that.
Right.
And it wasn't a, yeah, it was. I mean, the incident that happened afterward. I mean, do you want me to talk about that? I guess.
It's totally up to you, brother. Yeah, well, hell yeah. Go ahead.
Well, after I'd filmed that, just a minute later, I was putting my other stuff in my backpack, and I had seen this thing because I was on a ridge, and it was about 60 foot deep down, and I felt the running. Something took off in my peripheral, and it just, I caught it at a high rate of speed, and it was bipedal. I couldn't see it that good. It was big, and I could feel it. I could feel the ground shake. You can literally feel that.
Wow.
And
in that place where you were with where you filmed that, I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize that that's thick forest.
Yeah, it's thick. It's like a jungle.
Yeah.
And this was taken in August of 2015, and this creature that came running, well, it was for surely coming up this ridge at me, and at the time, I was doing was I was kind of paralyzed because I figured it was coming up. I didn't have time to to make any decisions. I just stood my ground. Well, the thing stopped, because I heard it. I mean, the sound stopped, the running, and it let out this scream, and it was more mechanical, the scream itself. And immediately I'm just thinking, is anybody else hearing this?
It was that loud.
Yeah, it was that loud. I'm thinking, this was in the middle of nowhere, but I'm just
loud
thinking
enough for you to think somebody else.
Oh yeah, somebody a mile away would have heard this, and So it just after that, it just stopped. It dissipated. You know, I went back to the car. I lit up a cigarette. You know, heart was racing.
Yeah.
And I actually went back, got another cell phone, and went back to the spot to film. And
wow.
You know, the action was gone. The direwolves, those things were gone. Nothing was there. You know, but it shook me up. You know.
Now this unknown creature, like, I never asked you this, but and I don't know if you noticed. I probably wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't have went back like bravery, like out of account. But when you went back, do you think that they were reacting to that creature? This sounds even scarier than what they were. And I mean, it's a little unsettling to watch that.
Yeah, that's a good question, bro. I think that they did react to it because there was no sign of these things.
And these things weren't small. Like, by perspective, like from what I could see, these dire wolves and the creatures that were in the film that you got that day, they weren't, you know, house pets.
No, they were good size, you know, and you know, I mean, dire wolves naturally, if you look at the past record, past history on them, when they were supposed to be here, I mean, they make a normal wolf. I mean, some wolves are pretty big today, you know. Wild wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. On their back, and some wolves on their back feet stand like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, definitely. When they put their paws up on something, you know.
Absolutely.
And but no, these had to be twice as big, you know. And
I don't know why I never thought to ask you that they. I mean, the dire wolves that were in the film, did you notice if they showed any kind of fear or anything of this? But when you went back, they were gone. So
yeah, they were gone. But as I was filming that film that morning, it was about 7:30 in the morning, and I was focused on that one that was primarily in the center focus,
right?
The brown, and they were all just watching me. I couldn't focus on all of them. I just, you know, I center focused on that one, and I can't say that I noticed the other stuff peaking, you know, until I know
exactly, because I can kind of you kind of reacted as you panned over to see the other ones. You could see your reaction.
Yeah, definitely.
And that was, and you know, I'd watched all, like, that wasn't the first one I watched, you know, and I was like, this guy's legit, and I stumbled upon that one, read that comment, and then we had an incident here at down in Texas at my home. It was like paranormal activity, whatever you want to call it. And you were the one, for some reason, something told me to call you. And you gave me a very unique perspective on it. And helped me with
it. Definitely. And it's taken off from here. And I mean, I could see your enthusiasm you've experienced, you know, what you've experienced. And
I attribute it directly to you. You know that.
I appreciate it. But, you know, you come into it with your own knowledge, you know, of it, and I think with our talents together, you know, it can only go up, you know, from here.
My modest detective skills.
Yeah, definitely, and they are good. You know, they are good.
I appreciate that. I really do. But yeah, in the future, we plan. I don't know if I want to reveal it just yet, or if we want to reveal it just yet. We have super big plans.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a documentary that we are currently writing and working on. I guess we call it pre-production, right, Gary?
Definitely. You know, and hopefully it'll combine your area, the area here in Kentucky, and probably some of the best footage, you know, that anybody.
And I think we'll get Patterson Gimlin style footage. Irrefutable, undisputed.
Yes, I would say that's going to happen when we're, you know, as we get into this, you know, and that's the amazing thing about it, you know. I mean, if you think about it,
yes, sir.
Yeah, it's amazing, It's amazing.
And we actually are going to start a weekly podcast. This is a crude, we'll call it episode 0 if you want. But as we move on, we want to do at least 2 episodes a week. And as things progress, we start branching off into different subjects that interest us.
Definitely.
Because the cryptid is definitely number one, but we have very unique, both of us have very unique perspectives on a lot of different topics and issues.
Yeah, well-versed on them. Well-versed on all these mysterious issues,
Exactly, and I think a lot of people appreciate our perspective of it.
Definitely, because I know I appreciate it, you appreciate it. I don't think there's enough people, that actually delve into it.
Right. Whether they have time to. I mean, we understand everybody has families.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Work, school and whatnot, but it'll be entertaining at the very least, and it'll be insightful and informative at the very most. That's what our main goal is.
Definitely. I mean, that makes for interesting talk, and because I know I've grown up around it, just like you have.
Absolutely.
Wanting to delve into it and figuring out, why the what and whys, why,
Exactly. Just our perspectives, and there's the conversations everyone has. The FK assassination, Boggy Creek mystery, and all that kind of stuff. Like, we're gonna dip our toes into it all, I think.
Definitely, and that's what's so great about it. I mean, I aim to bring the public into it,
Absolutely,
for the conversation, and that's what I'm hoping.
You're absolutely right. I'm glad you said that.
As we get into it,
we want to be inclusive.
Yes, definitely, and then maybe live podcasts where everybody gets involved,
Right.
And have call-in answers and stuff, because it's important to get the feedback on that stuff. People want to be included in it, and
absolutely,
our Facebook group that you started, that we're
All right, that's enough of that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the BDRP Late Show. I'm your host, D-Doss, and tonight is a very special and monumental moment for me. You've all heard of a man I consider to be a mentor to me in this Bigfoot game, Mr. Tim Kumbo Baker. He's going to be our guest tonight, and he's going to do what Kumbo does. He's going to tell you all about these things and regale you with stories. And we're going to take it back to class 101, Bigfoot basic knowledge, and have us a time and a half doing it. So just get it off the rip. We have Annie Vincent, Jimmy Osmer. What's up, Jimmy? Michael C., Mrs. Autumn, Greg House. Greg House is a great dude. We have a B2B. I'm sorry, Big Dog T2B. And I have a funny story about how they come in with that name. I was consulted about that name, and I voted against it. But and my G Reaper's with us. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, of course, my co-host, the great Maryland 187, Mr. Tim Kumbo Baker.
Howdy, folks.
Kumbo.
Yeah. Glad to be here.
Yes, sir. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, I appreciate the invitation.
Absolutely. And I was bragging on you. There's old Troy. And I brag on you all the time, and because you'd always be so appreciative with your time. There's a couple of field investigations I went on where I'd run into something that, I couldn't figure out. The first number I'd call is Mr. Kumbo Baker. It's phenomenal having you on. Like I said, what's new? I know that you're semi-retired, right?
I am retired. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Retired. So they've raised your jersey up to the rafters, and now you're coaching.
Yeah. After I retired from Truman State University, and I moved back down here to Alabama in November of 20, and I worked for about a year and a half at Rural King, which is, a lot of folks don't know what a Rural King is, but it's sort of like a souped up Tractor Supply, but better. And they sell guns and camping and fishing gear, and they sell all kind of seeds and feed, and they sell, you can buy chickens there, ducks, rabbits, pigs.
Wow.
It's all kind of stuff like that.
I've never heard of it.
It's actually a pretty cool place. I can recommend you, first time you go in there, leave your wallet and your checkbook and all your credit cards locked in your vehicle. And otherwise,
that good.
You'll come out broke.
That sounds about right from just everything you name. We have something like that down here. You've probably been to it. It's called Orshlands.
Oh yeah, it's very similar to Orshlands, but it's actually a little bit better than Orshlands. Yeah. Orshlands was one of my favorite places when I lived in Missouri.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not as expensive as Orshland. It's a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The only thing about Orshland is a little bit pricey, but you're going to find stuff there you won't find anywhere else.
True. Yeah.
So this is what and I'm sure like a lot of my audience wants to hear about this, because I've really talked about it. The time you came down to Brown Springs and we got together and you blew the shofar. The shofar, a lot of people have talk about it and say that well, it's great, but they really don't know much about it at all. And we've been talking quite a bit here lately, and I'm glad of it. And I didn't know this about you, that you're very well versed in the ancient writings and languages and stuff.
Right. I got interested in that back when I was just a kid in elementary school, and we've got a place back here on the farm that my parents have always referred to it, and even my grandparents, as Indian territory, because every time we'd plow this part of the field back there, we would find pieces of pottery, and could walk around back there and just pick up lots and lots of arrowheads and stuff. And there's a big flint deposit back there, and so there were a lot of arrows made there, and we found everything from little bird points up to big like 8-9 inch long spear points back there. And
8 or 9 inches.
Yeah, very large. In fact, I wonder if they weren't ceremonial because they were so big. They were. I don't know if they would actually use one that big in actual warfare. But we found grinding stones and paint pots and just all kind of things back there. And I got really interested in archaeology, and then we would find fossils and stuff. And not right there, but on another piece of property that my grandmother was half owner of and had a 50% interest in. And we found some fossilized dinosaur skin there one time, and we would find big fern stems and stuff that were like 6 inches in diameter, and in the rocks there, and all kind of fossilized shells and just different things. And I got real interested in that. but I was more interested in the native culture and such, and I got to want to go digging around places and stuff. And my parents, I don't know where they got this thing, but they gave me a little junior archaeologist kit or something one year for Christmas.
That's awesome.
And I love that thing. And part of it was teaching you how to do plaster casts of things. And they had a replica of the Rosetta Stone in there, which is
wow.
The Rosetta Stone was one of the oldest examples of writing of a printed or not really printed, but of writing that's been found. And it was from the old Sumerian Empire, and it was written in cuneiform.
3 different languages.
Yes.
Yeah, and anyway, there was a deal in there, and you could make a plaster cast of the this replica Rosetta Stone, and I did it, and then
wow,
then I got interested in trying to learn to read some of the cuneiform stuff, and what was funny was some of the I looked up stuff. I'd go to the library and look up things in Encyclopedia Britannica and stuff, and we'd go to museums whenever we were traveling around, but I started learning a little bit about how to read cuneiform, and then I got interested in the old hieroglyphics and stuff, and then started trying to learn how to learn more about ancient Greek and some of the other old languages and stuff, and so I never dreamed. And I never dreamed that any of that would have anything to do, even in the slightest way, when I got serious about researching Bigfoot back in the mid-'70s. And but I'd been interested in Bigfoot since I was just a kid, because we had them out. We've got them here on the farm, and they're around. There's a troop that lives here on the farm year round, and then there's another one or two that moves in and out of here seasonally. They'll show up in October and they leave in April. And but
they really are there because
oh yeah,
I mean, they inundate the place because we're on the phone. You have to deal with them.
Right, exactly,
which is a wild thing to even hear.
Right, I had to rebuke one of them here a couple of weeks ago. My younger male German Shepherd had gotten sprayed by a skunk for the 3rd time in a month, and it happened the last time I took them out for their take care of their business right before we went to bed. And so it was around midnight or so. He comes back, reeking and stinking, been sprayed by a skunk. Of course, he wanted to run right in the house, and to him, he was all perfumed up and, ready to go out on town or something. So
yeah,
I made him stay on the porch, and he usually sleeps in the house at night. At about 1:32 in the morning, I was woke up by him just doing some absolutely furious barking, and it's not like him to bark like that at all. And
right,
I got up and I looked out the kitchen window, and he usually sleeps down on the east end of the porch. Now this is a screened porch. He usually hangs out down there when we're out on the porch, and that's where he was when we went to bed. And he was backed up and was right out in front of the porch swings, which are close to the the front door. And he was backed up, and he was standing his ground, but every hair on his body was standing straight up. He was barking like crazy, and he had his head down and his front legs were stiff, but his tail was tucked between his legs, and he was barking a very frantic bark and looking down towards the east end of the porch.
Right.
And there's a hedgerow that comes up next to the house down there on the east end. And I mean, I'm talking about is there's just enough room between the edge of the hedgerow and the house to make a couple of passes through there on the riding mower. So we're talking about less than 10 feet. And I keep a spotlight right there just inside the door. I grabbed the spotlight and I stepped out on the porch and clicked that spotlight on. And there was one standing there, right there in the hedgerow, not less than 20 feet from the end of the porch. And I put the light right in his face, and it was looking down at Joe. It really didn't even pay attention to me. It was focused on Joe. When I put the light in its face, it looked real quickly. It looked down into its right to hide its eyes, and then it sort of turned. It turned to its left and walked south a little bit so that I couldn't see him around the corner of the house. But it was a big one. I went back there later. I marked really good. I could see a couple of limbs there in the hedgerow, and I marked really good where its head was in relationship to that limb. And I went and found it the next day and determined that the dude was at least 9.5 feet tall.
Wow.
Yeah. And because it was looking down at Joe rather than looking straight at me and into the light, its eyes glowed more yellowish. But we're talking about big old eyeballs that were about probably 7 inches apart, plus or minus a little bit. And definitely not a deer or anything else. There's nothing else out here that's got eyes that far apart. And we don't have cattle on the farm anymore. And even if we did, cattle aren't 9 feet tall.
Not at all.
Back when we used to show cattle, we had them do a lot of different things, but we never taught them to walk on their back legs.
I could attest this, folks, because we were talking on the phone, and just as casually as he told it to y'all, is how he described it to me, like and I was like, what? I didn't grow up with these things on my property. I grew up around them, so it's just kind of ooky spooky to hear even.
Yeah, he was letting his dog go to the bathroom the other night, and we got to hear all about it.
Yep.
Yeah, they come around. I see them fairly often. Now very, very rare do I see a full body, but I'll see them through the brush, or I'll see the eye shine, and see them out there looking at us. And I know when they're there because of the way the dogs act, and plus I get the feeling. My spidey senses go off. And
definitely feel it.
Oh yeah, and
let me ask you this, Tim. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say was, I ended up I've only done this a couple of times ever, but first time I've ever had done this on the farm. But I was worried that dude would, since I wasn't going to let Joe in the house, I was worried that it would be back trying to catch him. And there was a big hole in the screen down on that end of the porch, and I was afraid it might see that as an invitation to, maybe crawl on up on the porch. But so I went ahead and I rebuked it. I rebuked it in the name of Christ, Jesus Christ, and told it to leave us alone, leave my dog alone. And then I specifically told it, don't hurt my dog, and get out of here. And I told him, and I commanded him in the name of Jesus to leave us. Leave the area there around my house, and it did.
Amen.
But
Amen. Wow.
you can sit out there most any evening that the weather's halfway decent, and generally after you've been out there a little while, rocks will start landing out in the yard in front of the porch, and they'll come from behind that hedgerow, and I've got a cedar windbreak along the west side of the property, and the west side of the yard, and rocks will come sailing out of that, and out from behind there and land out in the yard. And I pick them up because I don't want to run over them with a lawnmower, and
that's what I was just thinking. Are they being ornery? Like they trying to just inconvenience you?
No, it's just juvies. It's just Juvies messing with us and letting us know that they're there. And I'll clap sometimes for them and say, that's a good one, you know. And you know, I don't mind those, but I don't mind that at all.
The guitar for them.
Oh, they love music. Absolutely love. Yep. Well, they're not. They don't care for Led Zeppelin. They don't like Led Zeppelin.
Yes,
you know,
at all.
Or Van Halen, and now I'm really wondering about them because I got them to cut up one time playing a George Jones song, and that just ain't right that they shouldn't like George Jones. You know.
Yeah, right. Everybody's like. I'll tell you what. They don't like Pink Floyd either. We played the Great Gig in the Sky. When Chuck said,
what was that?
It's a Pink Floyd song called "The Great Gig in the Sky."
Yeah, Pink Floyd. Yeah, they don't like a lot of Pink Floyd
at all. That's when we heard the big banshee scream down there in the Springs.
Yeah, but they, there's a number of different artists that they don't like. But I tell you what, if they ever cut up and carry on with Hank Williams is on, I'll have to run them out of here now.
Yeah, right.
I ain't gonna put up with that. You know, I'm not.
That'll be a little bit too much.
Anybody heckling Hank Williams, you know.
I don't blame you. It's American treasure.
Or Johnny Cash, you know.
Johnny Cash, my personal hero. They better leave John alone.
Yeah.
Old John Cash. I was going to ask you about the electromagnetic field. I had a theory. That feeling you said when your spider sense goes off.
Yeah.
That's tangible. That's something tangible in the air. It feels like.
Yeah.
Is it? Do you think it has something to do with the electromagnetic field, or because that's just what
I think it's. I don't know. It's it's that sixth sense is something that has been tested, and the military has done a lot of testing on it, and they found out that it is a real thing.
Right.
That, and a matter of fact, they found out that the people who have longer hair are better at it than people that have shorter hair. That's one of the things the military found out.
That's interesting. So that's been scientifically proven.
Yep. Yep. And I think, my hair is not very long, but I do have a pretty good, I keep my beard grown out a fair amount, not very far, but I think that helps.
Yeah, well, mine should be doing real good since it's migrating from the top of my head down to my back.
Yours too?
Mine too. Yeah. It's growing out of my ears and everywhere else.
Mine's making a stop at my nose. So I'll tell you what, I've always thought that too. The beard, like, 'cause a lot of native tribes say that the hair is nerve endings as well. So
right, exactly. So I don't know if it's picking up some kind of electromagnetic field, electromagnetic field, or if it's picking up their aura, because we have an aura, and we can
absolutely,
and we can project that whether we want to or not. I know kids that I teach about hunting and stuff. I talk to them about the Zen of hunting. Now, people think, oh, you're talking about Zen. That's the Eastern religion. That's counter to God. No, I'm not talking about that. And we're not talking about anything that has to do with your salvation of your soul. I'm talking about that when you're out there hunting, if you have a predator attitude, if all you're thinking about is killing something and looking for something to kill, you're going to have a lot less luck. And if you do see something and you're sitting there staring at it, thinking about killing it, then I've seen deer 200 or 300 yards away stop and look in my direction before. Back before I learned better. And you have to learn to pull in that energy. And I know this sounds stupid, and it sounds like some kind of a
not at all
new age kind of BS, but it's true. You've got to learn to pull in that killer instinct, that killer attitude, that killer aura, and you've got to sort of go neutral, or just sort of
in the
pull
special
everything
forces, they teach people when they're trying to teach them how to take out a sentry or anything like that, or when they're doing the belly crawl, that they're not to make any eye contact with them. You can't look at especially the back of their head, and you have to think happy thoughts, or they will sense you and turn around.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Tim, like we got a good crowd here. They've been primed up for these type of conversations because that's exactly what I say when I go out down there in Brown Springs. I'd go without a weapon, as you know, and I would just inundate myself in the area. I would just kind of meander through as if I belonged there. You know, I wouldn't, if I saw one, I wouldn't stare at it, like you said. And
right, you don't want like I say, don't look right at them, don't make eye contact, and that's what I do when I'm deer hunting. I mean, I've had deer right on top of me. I mean, just within feet of me. In fact, I've touched deer before, and I used to do that. Used to get a thrill out of doing that, and back when I was a teenager, till one kicked the crap out of me and put a huge bruise on my leg, on the calf of my, not the calf, but one of my thighs, where it kicked me, and so I quit that stuff. Yeah, I got real lucky. But
I used to stalk hunt when I actually did hunt, because I didn't think anything else. I don't know. Stalk hunting seems fair to me. You know what I mean? It's even in the playing field a little bit, but I was in one of those situations where one came uncomfortably close. It was 12 point. So
oh wow.
Yeah, that was one of the few times because I just knew if I looked up at that thing, I could feel it. I felt that great disturbance in the force. Like if I wanted to continue to be pretty, I better not look up at it. I felt it, and it walked by me, and it looked past me, and just kind of trotted on.
Me and my cousin, when we were young, went hunting one time, stalk hunting, and it was the first time we'd ever come across any of that doe pee, right? And he got a little too slap happy with it. And the buck came after him on the rut, and that buck almost rented him. He had to shoot it, and it slid right up to his foot.
Well, I was desecrating, walking to my stand one morning early, and I was desecrating some scrapes that I was coming across along a scrape line. And all of a sudden I heard one grunting and looked up. Here came a 10-point down the hill after me.
Ooh.
And I whirled around, and it was coming after me, and I literally shot him right off the end of my rifle barrel. I mean, when I pulled the trigger, I powder burned his skin and blew about a 4-inch diameter hole through his fur. And of course, right in the middle of that was the bullet hole. But
wow.
But yeah, that thing just about got me.
I was scared. I was too scared to move, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, Tim. I was too scared to move, and I just watched it and hoped that it sends me there.
Well, this thing, I didn't even have time to get scared. This happened, but after it was all over with, I was shaking like a dog pooping peach pits, and
no doubt.
Yeah, but it scared me pretty. It scared me pretty bad.
That's when I wanted to become a fisherman. I think that was my last time.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the shofar.
Yes.
Let me see. Somebody asked a pretty good question up here. Cajun Jules, what's your theory as to why these things show themselves to some and not to others? And I think it can be familiarity, that they've gotten to know the person over a period of time of seeing them over and over again, and that they have figured out that person's not a danger to them or to the other members of their troop or their family unit, and they'll reveal themselves. And I think sometimes it's just the fact that they can sense our intent.
Yes.
And our I wouldn't say necessarily our personality, but the nature of our soul or whatever from a distance. I truly believe that's it. Now, that doesn't mean that just because you haven't seen a Bigfoot means that you got a bad soul. Not at all. It's just that you haven't been in a situation yet where they can figure you out. Where you've been around them enough that they can sort of get to know you and figure you out. Now, a lot of people don't realize it, but a lot of times you think they're not there at all. You think you're not even in booger territory, and you never know they're there. They'll pace you for if you're out on a hike, they'll pace you for miles and miles.
Yeah.
And they'll choose a time to do some little thing to let you know that they're there. Back in 2016, I was elk hunting in Wyoming. We'd been out there 4 or 5 days, and we went up this one trail for about the 3rd time, and we went up there, and we had hunted somewhere else that morning, and we went up there after lunch, and we were going up the side of this mountain, and it got to a point, it was so steep that the horses couldn't go anymore. It was rocky, and they were sliding around, so we hobbled the horses down in one of the last groves of ponderosa pines before we reached the timberline. And we started up from there, and we hadn't gone very far, and right in the middle of this trail that we were walking, and we'd been there that after the evening before, and it wasn't there then. But right in the middle of that trail was a big old, about a 17, 18-inch track. And it was just it was one of these ones where, Scotty beamed it down standing on one foot, and it materialized long enough to mash that one footprint down into the dirt. And then he beamed him right back up because there was nothing around. We looked around to see if we could find any more tracks, and there were none.
No.
And I think that was just their way of saying, hey, we know you're up here. We're here too.
Right. But how are they doing that? Like I had the theory that they were jumping because they can jump for a phenomenal amount of space, but I've seen them where they'd have to be have springs for legs or something.
No, well, if they did, that footprint would be 5 foot deep.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. That's one of these things.
It makes me nervous, Tim. Yeah, when I've only seen it once, and it made me nervous.
Well, I know one time I saw one start from a standing start, and by the time its foot hit the ground the 3rd time, it had covered almost 70 feet.
Dadgum.
Yeah,
that's madness.
And that's starting from a standing start. And and I know, I've had
70 feet.
I've took an extremely reliable report from a family member that he saw a dog man cross a 4-lane highway, and it touched the ground once right out of the trees on the south side of the highway, touched the ground once in the median, and once just as it was going into the trees on the north side of the highway. And that's a 100 and something foot wide right away, cleared through there.
Lord of mercy.
And so
they can clear a good 35 yards with one bound, easy.
Yeah.
And yes, we do have dogs.
Tim, you're one of the few people that agree with me. Absolutely. You're one of the few people that agree with me on.
On what? Go ahead. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was, but you're one of the few people that agree with me on the fact that Bigfoot is phenomenally greater threat than Dogman. Dogman may look scary, right, but there's more of these Sasquatch creatures, and there's a whole plethora of reasons why they're more dangerous.
Well, I spent about 30 years, believe it or not, studying a 300 square mile area that I consider prime Bigfoot habitat, and it's my standard that I judge habitat all over the rest of the world by. And I studied the different troops and did my best estimate of the population of Bigfoot within that 300 square mile area for years. And I used the same techniques that the Department of the Interior and the Audubon Society and other groups and the forestry, U.S. Forestry Service and stuff uses to study, to estimate the populations of rare animals in an area. And I even used some of the same software. I bought a software package called Presence, Presence, that I used to, it's sort of a database kind of a thing that you fill in a lot of stuff. And I kept track of the different troops that lived in this area and the population of them. And I've actually been feet on the ground in researching in 43 out of 50 states.
Wow.
And the states I have not researched in are Alaska, Hawaii, Oregon, Montana, Michigan. Let's see, Washington, Alaska, Hawaii, Oregon, Montana, Michigan, Connecticut, and believe it or not, South Carolina. Those are the 7 states I haven't researched in.
How about that?
And but I have done a lot of study of that doesn't mean that I haven't been in the area or been in those states. I'm just saying that I haven't specifically researched Bigfoot.
Yeah.
But I've done a lot I've noted the habitat and such throughout the states. And I've done I came up with a factor that I joke when I wrote up my report. I jokingly called it the Bigfoot per square inch factor. but I figured up the average amount of Bigfoots per square inch in all 50 of the states
per square inch.
But
it's a Book of Enoch stuff.
But I spent a lot of time studying the habitat in all the states and sighting reports and such. And I don't put a whole lot of stock in sighting reports because a lot of people, like, for instance, Rhode Island, probably per capita the richest state in the United States and in the smallest one.
Definitely.
That's not a place that you think that you would come across Bigfoot. But there are a few legit Bigfoot reports out of Rhode Island.
No kidding.
Yeah, believe it or not. And there are some legit reports out of Connecticut, but I never got to go do any investigating in Connecticut. But I've been weird places chasing Bigfoot. I mean, Staten Island, New York, Long Island, Long Island, New York, forest preserves in the Chicago area. A lot of the big they call them forest preserves, but they're all over Chicago, and you'd be surprised at the number of Bigfoot that are within the city limits of Chicago and its suburbs.
I'll believe it. I actually moved my niece, whose husband's in the military, from Chicago down to New Orleans, and there was whole herds of coyote running around in these suburbs and stuff.
Yes, sir. You are correct. Yeah. But anyway, based on all that, back about I don't know, it's been probably 6, 7, 8 years ago now since I last updated it. But my conservative estimate of the number of Bigfoot in the U.S. is around 64,000. However, that population is growing, and my gut instinct tells me that there's enough unknown in there and habitat that I had misjudged that I think it's closer to 100,000, because I just thought that I had been around over a lot of Nebraska, for instance, and had accurately judged the habitat in Nebraska. However, I rode my motorcycle out there 2 years ago, and found that it has way more. It has orders of magnitude more good Bigfoot habitat in Nebraska than I ever dreamed that it had, than I knew it had.
Really?
Because I just hadn't been in the right parts of the state. I had been mostly along the around the Missouri River and way out in northwestern Nebraska. Out from Scotts Bluff and out in that area. And I'd been out in there multiple times, but I had not been in the northern tier counties that border South Dakota. And I was way off, on the amount of good habitat in South Dakota as well. But
I wouldn't think South Dakota would be, I'd tell people they were wasting their time.
No, there are areas of South Dakota that are pretty good. Now I've never found any sign out there, but there are reports. There are a few reliable reports from South Dakota. And I never found any sign, but I've actually I've found the surprising amount of sign in different parts of Nebraska. But
that's extremely surprising.
What blew my mind is back in the 80s, the first time I went out to Edwards Air Force Base in California. I was utterly astounded that there were, believe it or not, a few Bigfoot out in that desolate moonscape desert out there. Not many, but there's a few. And
what do they do? I guess they can move across vast spaces, a whole lot quicker than
right.
I imagine. So,
well, they were, believe it or not, at the time they were coming and going on base. Raiding dumpsters in different places, and
wow,
yeah, they
things are bold.
Yeah, they are. They out in that area, they are. They seem to be more bold the further west you go, and not necessarily not any more dangerous or anything, but just I think there's so little good cover out there that you're
left a little choice, maybe.
Yeah, they're a little less secretive.
Right.
I know I saw a terrific video that a lady who lives outside of near Shiprock, New Mexico, has, and it's walking across the side of a hill. One of them walking across the face of a hill in broad daylight. There ain't no doubt what it is. I mean, that's
right.
That's another thing too. People, how come you ain't got no good pictures of them? Why you ain't got any more video? There's tons of fantastic pictures. There's tons of fantastic video, but nobody wants to show it. Make it public because they don't want to go through all the ridicule and stuff that
yes,
that so many people do.
I can attest to that.
Have I been to South Louisiana? I've been a little south of Alexandria. I've been in the CASHAPP State Forest, and that's about as far south in Louisiana that I've been. I spent a lot of time when I worked for the power company down there fixing some hurricane damage around Lake Pontchartrain, and I heard some stories, but I didn't get to. We were so busy, I didn't get to go out and do any rooting around. I was so tired at night that all I want to do is hit the rack. So I wasn't going out doing any calling down around Lake Pontchartrain. But they're there.
There's a city, and I'm not going to say what city, and I'm not going to say how long I was there, but there was a city you told me about that I was just, let's say, passing through and spending a little bit of time. You remember what I'm talking about? And did I ever tell you I went to that place that you suggested? I'll just say it. There was an apartment complex in this big city in the South, and I was there for a little bit, and I wanted to go squatching, and you were like, and you just mapped it out for me, and I was like, I don't know, this is pretty far.
I think I know where you're talking about. Yeah,
and there's a big river that runs through it. It cuts across that part of the state, and I didn't know how close this and there was it was an apartment complex, and behind it was this old mill or something, or it was at a factory. I don't know what it was, but coming through there, it was like a little tributary or a creek. And sure enough, I saw a sign in there. And this was it wasn't the middle of a city, but it was within the city limits. You get to downtown within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it shocked and surprised me, but the way you told me on the phone, just casually said it. I mean, I could have been dropped off there and went to every place that you said, because you mapped it out so perfect.
Huh.
And there was sure enough sign within a big American city in the South of Sasquatch. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be anything for them to have that apartment complex right there.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
they could step over the fence.
I was the first researcher that ever talked about urban Sasquatch, and they just about crucified me when I brought it up and started talking about it. And then, but there were enough people that like, that may explain something that, that's happened here, or that may explain something that's going on. And there's, some researchers heard it and they got to digging around and found out, well, dadgum, Kumbo knows what he's talking about,
Down to the T. And I'll just say it, I guess. It don't matter now. Dallas. It was in Dallas when I was staying there. And
yeah.
You told me about this certain place. And
Yep.
I was like, I believed you. I believed every word of it, because you ain't never steered me wrong. But sure, it wasn't that far in either, bro, down that creek.
No, it's yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know.
Yeah, it was gonna be spooky.
Yeah.
I went at night too, and I was like, ooh.
Yeah, and that place, that's one of those places that once the sun goes down, it's other than the glow from all the city lights in the sky, it's hard for you to believe that you're in you can drive 2 blocks and you're in pretty much wilderness.
yeah, exactly. You barely see a tree.
The city limits.
You're in the city limits. Barely see a tree 2 blocks away. You go there, you're in the jungle.
Yep.
And it's remarkable how resourceful these things are, and how really intelligent they are. Because they have to be coming up to these apartment complex dumpsters.
Right. Well, let's go back to the shofar.
Yes.
So, all right. Myself and another researcher in Kentucky were the first people that figured out about the shofar. Actually, it was mostly the other researcher. He found out enough stuff that I started going back and studying a bunch of the old scriptures, the ancient scriptures, and he had figured out what he thought the shofar was, and well, he kept coming across these phrases that the Nephilim and Raphaim, I can't remember what the other thing is called, that these offspring of when the fallen angels came down to earth and laid with the daughters of men, and their offspring were there's a lot of negative qualities to them, but they're commonly referred to as Nephilim. And but that when the end times come, these Nephilim are compelled. In other words, they have no choice but to respond to the voice of God. Well, if you look at some of that ancient Greek and ancient Aramaic, you realize that when they're talking about the voice of God, I mean, it translates as the voice of God in our language, but when you go back to the root language of those ancient scriptures, what they're talking about is not what comes out of God's mouth, not God's speech, but they're talking about an object.
Right.
And it took me a lot of digging. And my buddy had an idea what the voice of God was, but I had to get confirmation of it, and it took a lot of digging. I mean, we worked on this for well over 10 years. And
oh wow.
Yeah. And finally I found that the voice of God was a very specific type of shofar. And, there are three main types of shofar that are described in the Bible. And the voice of God is one particular type of those types. And first I found out that it was a shofar. And then I had to find out, what kind of shofar. And that was just all kind of heartbreaking misery. And I ended up having to contact a bunch of ancient language scholars, scholars that were experts in ancient Greek and ancient Aramaic, and some of the root languages that a lot of the Old Testament was originally written in.
Hebrew and Assyrian. Oh.
Yeah, well, even before Hebrew, the Aramaic was the predecessor to Hebrew.
Right.
But it took I wasn't enough of a scholar to just pick it up and read it. There were words and phrases and symbols and stuff in there that I didn't know. But I mean, I was picking through this stuff one letter at a time, literally. And it took me years to translate some of the stuff I came across, or to get help if I was stumped, to find the right person to give me help to figure out what it meant. And anyway, so I figured out that it was a shofar. Then I started looking for one of the correct type that I could afford. And I honestly believe that Heavenly Father led me to it.
Amen.
Because normally they start at around $800.
Damn.
Yeah, and the ones that are actually the exact correct type and length and have all the desirable characteristics, those things typically are they're up around $1,200 to $2,500. I stumbled into an antique shop that had been closed for years and years and years, and somebody came in and opened it back up out on the side of Highway 63 north of Macon, Missouri. And Macon is a little town of about 7,000 or 8,000 people, and maybe not that much, say 3,500 people, out sort of in the middle of nowhere in northeastern Missouri. And we decided we want to stop there because I like to go in and look for old cast iron stuff and old tools and
right.
junk like that. And so I'm in there looking at that. The wife I had then, she went off rooting around looking for other things, and she called me, and she said, "Hey, I think I might have found one of these horns that you've been looking for so long," because she'd heard me and this guy talking about them for several years.
Yeah.
And I went, so I said, "Where are you?" She told me, and I took off almost at a run back there. And there she was standing there holding it. The second I laid eyes on it, I knew that was it. I mean, it took my breath away. And I got a hold of it, and there was a price tag hanging on it. Guess what the price tag was?
$100.
$35.
No way. And it was the voice of God?
And it was the voice of God.
Wow, bro. Now, yeah, that's providence.
And there's a number of little fine details about it for it to be the one that works correctly. Little sort of hidden details that you got to know what to look for. And I'd read so much about it and studied so much about it at that point that I looked at it and I'm like, oh my gosh. I kept looking at it and I kept just checking off all the boxes mentally, because I'd spent so much time about it. And I'm like, hey, Woodbugger
Farms. Yep.
Yeah, I see
Old
you there,
Slick
buddy.
Rick.
Yeah.
Yep.
And but anyway, I couldn't believe that that it was it. And so needless to say, I bought it. And first thing I did is I took a picture of it and I sent it to my research buddy in Kentucky, and he's like, oh my god, buy it. You know, he's going crazy.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Tim, you're right. What else could that be but God? I mean, something that's $2,500. You find it on a whim with all the specific characteristics that you like.
Yeah, we were just going down the highway and saw a car sitting out in front of the place, and said, "I wonder if anybody's in there." You know, it's
wow.
I whooped around, drove right at the front of it. We were the only people there and this one lady, and she said, "Yeah, we're trying to get out and back up." I said, "You mind if we just look around?" And she said, "No, go ahead." So we took off, and lo and behold, stumbled across a shofar.
So they weren't even officially open yet. That's real.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the price sticker on it, no telling how old that thing was, because the place had been closed for years. But she
$35.
So she sold it to me for what was marked on it. And so then I started trying to blow the thing, and all I did was get blood blisters on my lips.
Yeah.
I couldn't make it work.
Good.
Oh yeah,
yep. All the time.
So there was this Jewish mystic and scholar, biblical scholar, Old Testament and ancient text scholar up in upstate New York that had helped me a bunch. So I called him, sent him a picture of it, and he was amazed that what I had. He said, "Yeah, that's the right thing. That's it." And I said, "Well, how do you blow it?" Of course, he wouldn't tell me. The Kurt's want me to tell about what happened in Oklahoma.
We'll get to the questions, Kurt. Mr. Moser, Kurt Moser's a great guy, folks. We'll get to all the questions at the very end, everybody. So if you put them in all caps, we'll gather them all at the very end and answer them all together.
Yeah. And by the way, hey Kurt.
Hey Kurt.
So anyway,
Greg Graham.
So I went through all this. The guy wouldn't tell me. He just wouldn't come out and tell me. He made me work for everything, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah. So he gave me some hints. So I'd go off and he'd give me some hints. I'd go out and dig and dig and dig through all kind of old scriptures, the non-canonical books of the Old Testament, just all kind of stuff, and old text and old ancient artwork, what they call illuminated illustrations or whatever, back from
the illuminated Bibles, those old school ones.
Yeah. He said basically don't look at anything that was printed after about 1850. Go back. The older you can find, the better.
Absolutely.
And first thing I learned when I did that was how to hold it, and then I finally figured out the notes that I was trying to hit, and I about ruptured my lungs trying to do it, and I don't know how they. I mean, it was exceedingly difficult for me to hit the notes, and I even took it to some really good musicians that like play the French horn and that play the French horn and the trumpet and the cornet and stuff like that, and trombone, and I got them to try it out, and told them what I was looking for, and they're blowing their guts out, and giving rupturing their lungs and all trying to do it.
So even these brass players, these people who play trumpet and French, wow, that's interesting.
They couldn't hit the right notes, and and I told them what we were looking for, and they. But what was crazy was I was doing all this straining to hit those notes. And one day I was messing around with it, and I wasn't even blowing the thing very hard. I couldn't blow it very hard. I already had gotten blood blisters on my lips again, and they were all chapped up and everything. And I couldn't blow it very hard anymore. And I was about to just throw the thing in the corner. Well, I wouldn't throw it anywhere. Carefully lay it
yeah, no doubt.
Somewhere. And I went and blew it again, and I blew it gently. And oh my God, I hit the note. Now, I hit one of the two notes. There's only two notes that work. And I hit one of them. And what was crazy, I'm in my house in town. My dogs were sound asleep, and they'd been hearing me doing all this squawking and everything. When I hit that note, all of my dogs jumped to their feet.
I give me chills.
Yeah,
standing at attention.
Yeah, and it was crazy. I got chilly bumps all over.
Man, when you said your dog jumped up, I got chill bumps. It's like a porcupine on my arm right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
They jumped up. And so I said, oh my God, I don't need to be doing this here at the house. So I took the thing to work with me. And I would wait till everybody went home after dark. I mean, at the end of the day. And I would go lock myself in one of the empty offices, and I would practice with it. And I got where it still took a lot of work to get those either one or both of those two notes. And I finally got where I could hit both of them. And then the first time I wanted to try it, this is crazy, in the field, and I was scared to go by myself. I mean, I've most of my research has been done by myself over the years. But I was scared to go out there by myself because I didn't know what was going to happen. So I got together 3 or 4 guys from up in research buddies I had up in Iowa. And we went to a place that I had been about 5 or 6 years earlier, just out rooting around, researching there in Iowa. And it was not too far from a government facility. And I had made a couple of calls there on a gravel road out freaking in the middle of nowhere. No houses around anywhere. And I got run out of there by the boogers. I mean, they had sounded off and come from a couple of different directions, and anyway, so we went to the first place, and I was so excited and wound up about it. I sat there and tried to blow that thing for 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes, and all I could do is get some kind of a sound out of it, like somebody stepped on a duck, or or a ostrich ripping gas or something, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't get the right sound out of it. So we drove down the road a mile or so and went down in this creek bottom. And buddy, down that creek bottom, if you were down in a big, deep hollow at the very bottom, and man, you talking about dark and everything down there. But about this time, the moon was beginning to come up over the trees, and once the moon was coming up, you could see pretty good. And so I got that thing out, and we just hung around down there for about 30 minutes or so, being quiet, just listening. The night was just very, very quiet, and so I got the shofar and I tried to blow it, and I actually got some sound, some pretty good sounds to come out of it, but I still couldn't hit the right note. And then I remembered I've got to relax, just relax. And I sat there and I tried to relax and everything. And I got out on it again. And boom, I hit the note. I hit one of the notes. Instantly, it's like you flipped a switch. The woods all around us came alive. We started hearing coyotes started raising canes. Boogers started hollering from 3 different directions. And I got out on it again, and this time I rolled from one note right into the second note perfectly. And the boogers went bonzo. And the coyotes got quiet. Now, this is what's crazy. All of a sudden, I started seeing something out in the road in front of us. And I just reached over and I flipped on my headlights of my truck. There was a big pack of coyotes. We're talking about a dozen coyotes were coming out in the road, and they were hunkered down, and they were looking back over their shoulders behind them. They had their legs tucked, their tails tucked between their legs, and they were whimpering. They came right up to us, and the whole pack laid down right in front of my truck.
Whoa, bro.
This was, I mean, all 4 of us, or 4 or 5 of us, we were freaking out. And we didn't, like, what in the world? And those coyotes were hunkered down, and they were trying to get flat and get low, but they wanted to be there close to us because I truly think that they thought we would protect them. And they even slowly over time ooched up closer to us, and they ended up being some within 6-8 feet of us. Well, maybe not that close, 8 to 10 feet of us.
Yeah, it's still uncomfortably close for a bunch of coyotes.
Yeah, but they weren't even looking at us. They were looking out away. And these boogers came in from 3 different directions, fast and loud, and just tearing through the forest. I mean, just mowing stuff down. I mean, it sounded like we had a bunch of runaway D5 Caterpillar dozers or D6 Caterpillar dozers, tearing the forest, coming towards us. I mean, raising cane.
Man alive.
And what's crazy, they came up. They came so close to us that they could see us, and then just slammed on the brakes. And there were a couple of us had thermals, and we could see them clearly in the thermals. They came in to where they had clear view of us, and it just stopped. And they stood there, all 3 different little groups, and they just stood there. And some of them were standing there just how they'll rock back and forth when they're sort of unsure of things. There was a few of them doing that, but most of them were just standing still, just staring at us. And I'm like, now what? And
no kidding.
I didn't know what I had done. And it was obvious they were expecting something. They stayed there for about 30. After about 30 minutes or so of standing there, a couple of them started to leave, but they didn't all leave till about nearly an hour, about 50 minutes before all of them had gone. They never made any. Once they saw us, they never made another sound. They didn't huff at us. They didn't throw rocks at us. Nothing. They just stood there, or there was some of the little ones that we could see that actually sat down on the ground, some juvies and stuff that we could see through the thermals. And
that's remarkable.
But they didn't, once they got there and could see us, they didn't move any further. They didn't go pace back and forth or anything. They just stayed there watching us. Once the boogers left, the coyotes got up and looked back at us and it went trotting off down the road, and it just disappeared off in the woods. And it's like, thanks guys for, they actually looked back at us, and actually had sort of a happy look on their face, or if a coyote can have a happy look, I guess I could call it more of a relieved look, because they were obviously very stressed when they came up there. So we're sitting there.
The boogers came, like, I can just imagine them. They get riled up and they take off, those coyotes, like, what in the world?
Yeah. So we're just looking at ourselves. What just happened? And we knew of another place within about a 45-minute drive where there was historically has been a lot of activity, and it's over on the on a backwater off the main channel of the Mississippi River. So we took off over there, and we got there, and there had been a big flood a year or two earlier that had washed away part of the levee, and there was a road that and now the main Mississippi River levee down through there is about 12 to 14 feet tall, something like that. And we got on the river side of the levee, and there was a road that ran north and south along the base of the levee, and eventually went to an area on what used to be an island out there, but they had filled in a bunch of dirt, and first there were just modest cabins and stuff, little weekend getaways. But then, since I'd been there the last time, they had come in there and built this fancy gated community there. And we pretty quickly ran afoul of the gatekeeper when about 200 yards before we got to the gate, there was an area where it had washed away. Well, there was a boat ramp there. And I don't know what the deal was, but that was an opening in the belt of trees that were right along the bank of the river.
Right.
During that flood, the water must have rushed through there because it had washed away it had washed through about half of the levee there. I mean, the wall of the levee was still there, the full height, 12 feet or better. At that point, it was about 12 feet. But it made this scooped out place in line with the boat ramp. It made just an unbelievable amphitheater. I mean, it was, I'm like, wow, this is fantastic, because you can see a couple of islands out there in the river. And there had been reports from commercial fishermen and stuff over the years of encountering boogers out there when they were running their trot lines and stuff out there near those two islands. So that was one of the reasons I was wanting to go there, because we had a sort of a buffer zone where they couldn't get so close to us.
That sounds like a comfortable spot to do some squatching.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to be one of those old boys running them trout lines, though. Could you imagine?
No.
No, that'd be the last place I'd want to be, is in that water if I saw one of those things. My goodness. But
I've been screamed at by boogers, while I've been out fishing several times, and and I've also had them follow me doing tree knocks every few minutes as we were, fishing a particular narrow but long lake. We couldn't get away from it, and they were followed us from the time we got there to the time we left. But anyway, that's back to the shofar. All right, so I got the shofar out. We waited for a while, and I make the first attempt to blow it, and I didn't hit the right notes at all. And I tried it 3 or 4 times. Here comes the gatehouse guard from this rich subdivision out that's been built on out there.
Yeah.
Up there, want to know what we were doing, yada, yada, yada. So I just, I looked him right in the eye, and I says, I'm calling up some Bigfoot. Do you want to hang around and watch? You're doing what? I said, yeah. I said, I'm calling the Bigfoot off of that island, those islands out there, and to come out here. We want to see them. And I said, we're Bigfoot researchers, and we count them. And I sort of piled on some little bit of embellishment.
I fluffed it up a little bit.
I said, we've been keeping track of the Bigfoot population around here for decades. And which
Tim, you rascal.
And I said, we know them all, and Anyway, I told the guy some kind of story, and the guy keeps looking wild out, or crazier and crazier at me. And finally he decided that that I don't want to be around these idiots. I need to get out of here. And what was funny, he left, and we heard something a few minutes later. I swear, I think he closed the gate and locked it.
Hell yeah, he closed that gate and locked it. I would too. Yeah. Calling up Squatches. He said, "You're doing what?"
Either way, he damn sure burned off, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I have a rule, and it's anybody that's heard me talk very much knows this rule. Anybody that's wanting to get into Bigfoot researching, burn this into your brain and don't ever forget it. When you go out into an area, and I don't care if you're Bigfoot researching, I don't care if you're just going out to look at wildflowers, or going on a hike, or going camping, or a picnic. If you're parking anywhere other than in your own garage or your own driveway, you turn your vehicle around and you get it pointed out into a known safe getaway direction.
Yeah.
Because you never know what's going to happen, where you're going to have to unass the area, and I mean in a hurry. I'm talking about open up an extra large, super fast acting can of Gone and get out of there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you're going dove hunting, deer hunting, like I said, mushroom picking, going to get on the tractor and combine your fields. You park your vehicle so that you can jump in that vehicle and crank it up, and it's pointed in the way out in a known safe way. So what we had done when we came in there is we went driving down that road past the boat ramp, because I wanted to see what was on down there, and came around a little curve and encountered this gatehouse and a guy there. So we turned around in front of the gatehouse and went back up to the boat ramp, and parked just off the head of the boat ramp in case somebody came in there wanting to use it or something. And this is a wide boat ramp. It was wide enough you could launch 4 or 5 boats at a time. Or you could beach something pretty good size there.
Right.
But I didn't want to block the boat ramp, but we were pointed the way out. That was a point I wanted to make.
I bet it was.
And so, the guard had seen us come there and turn around right there at the gatehouse. And then he heard us up there making a racket. I'm sure he probably heard us. We weren't 250 yards away from him, and he probably heard us get out or shut our engine off, and then I started blowing the shofar, and so he came up there, don't know what in the heck we were doing. And so like I said, he went when the gate was open when we got there, and like I said, we're pretty sure we heard him close the gate. So anyway, so I'm getting out there, and I finally, after about half a dozen or 10 or so tries, I hit one of the notes, and immediately I got an answer off the island that was right straight in front of us. And about 15 seconds after that, I got a pretty good whoop off of the island that was downstream. Probably another 200 or 300 yards. So I got on, I blew it again, and this time I made another perfect roll from one of the notes to the next note, and both groups let loose hollering back at us, and we started hearing a bunch of splashing in the water. Now the island that was closest to us was still 200 yards out into the river, and we started hearing a bunch of splashing out in front of us. So at this point, we hadn't even the night was so bright at this point.
My Lord,
we hadn't even gotten our thermals out. So we grabbed our thermals and fired them up, and looked out there, and here's like 6 boogers wading out towards us.
My goodness gracious.
And turns out there's a big sandbar or a mud bank or something out there off of that island. But there is a channel, a channel of deeper water there. And they came out once you got about 100 yards out from the island, there was a channel of water. Now, at this point, the adults were about crotch deep or so in the water.
Yeah.
Which would have put the water about 4 foot deep, maybe 4.5, possibly 5.
Wow.
And you could tell some of the smaller ones, they were either being carried or they were in water that was about chest deep on them. And but they came out to what I found out later on was was right to the edge of that mud bank. And it dropped off into about 15, 16 feet of water. Now, I began to get worried. We started, I asked one of the guys, I gave him my thermal. I said, you watch those things. I said, if any of those big ones slip off in that water, you sing out. Because we need to keep track of them.
Yeah, you better warn me, damn you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then, but the scary part was all of a sudden,
It's all scary.
One of the other guys, the other guy that had a thermal, he's looking downstream towards that other island, and he says they're popping up out there.
Man alive.
And they had apparently swam a pretty good distance and then popped up out there on the edge of that same mud bank, but maybe a couple of 100 yards downstream, maybe 150 yards downstream from the first ones that came out there. But interesting thing about that, the only ones we saw there in that second group were it looked like they were, pretty much, looked like older juvies or and adults. We didn't see any small ones and through the thermal. Of course, that was far enough away that my thermal didn't have very good resolution at that range. But one of the thermals, the thermal the other guy had, he had one a couple of $3,000, and that thing you could see really good. And there were no little ones with those, and there were only like 3 or 4 of them, if I remember right. Same thing.
That's fast. I gotta ask this real quick. I mean, I hate to. I'm not gonna, cut you off at all. But their hearing. I've always wanted to ask you, how good do you think their hearing is?
I think their hearing is absolutely fantastic. I think their hearing is what ours would be if we hadn't spent a large part of our life listening to music too loud.
Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and all that. Yeah.
And shooting guns
and shooting guns.
Construction sites.
Working on construction sites, being around steam lines and steam line breaks, sirens, and all kind of stuff.
All that noise pollution.
Yeah, being out on test ranges, blowing things up, and making homemade bombs when we were kids.
Yeah, having lots of fun.
Oh, you did that too. All right, I thought I was.
Oh yeah.
And that shofar, just hearing it, it's piercing. It was a whole lot louder than I thought it would be.
Yeah, that's what's
Super
amazing
loud.
is when you hit the right notes, how loud it is. And even though you're not blowing it real hard. But anyway, so we're sitting there doing like we did before, just they're watching us, we're watching them. And one of the guys, he came easing up next to me and he grabbed a hold of my left shoulder or my left upper arm. And he squeezed my arm, and I looked over at him, and he did with his thumb, gave me with his thumb and giving it up, looking back behind us. And he says, and he turned and looked back here. I turned around, and literally, he could have spit on top of our heads. There was a big alpha male standing up there on top of that levee, literally his toes were 6 feet above our heads, standing there just glowering down at us.
Wide awake nightmare.
Time to get some yonder.
And no, he had us. I mean, if he wanted us, he had us.
Oh yeah.
And what we did is we just walked out
slowly out
to the lip of across the road and onto the upper part of the boat ramp, all the while trying to keep track of the ones that were out there in the water. And that dude just stood there looking at us.
Yeah.
And he after about, I don't know how long he'd been there, but after about 15 minutes, he turned around and walked away where we couldn't see him anymore. But we could hear him walking away, and he stopped. So he didn't go far. But I think he could still see us, but we couldn't see him. And like before, after about 30, 40 minutes, the other ones out there in the water started going away. And so we didn't go any more places that night. And we were just, at this point, we were all sort of emotionally drained.
Yeah, I imagine so.
And I was trying to, think, what have we done? What did they want? What were they? I knew that they were wanting something from us. And, what did they want? And I knew they weren't coming to attack us. If they were, we'd have been dead. I mean, they'd have overrun us at the first place because there was
several times over.
It. And what was really baffling was the fact that I felt it and I knew it from researching there before that at the first place, those were 3 separate family units, 3 separate troops. Ordinarily, you get 3 troops like that. You get even 2 troops like that in that close proximity. There's going to be a fight.
Absolutely. That's why I asked about their hearing, because I've never seen that many troops that close together.
I never. No, I've never seen. I witnessed one time two big alpha males in a fight, and when I was deer hunting, I was terrified to even come down out of my stand until I was the force and the destructive of that of those 2 alpha males fighting was just absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, they tore out they destroyed the woods in an area probably 50 to 70 feet across. And I mean, just they were ripping 6-inch diameter trees up out of the ground and trying to hit each other with it.
That's crazy. King Kong versus Godzilla.
Right. And and that one that was behind us, when we went down there, when we went down there to the boat ramp, if there'd have been any ill intent at that point, he would have killed us. I mean, we had no idea he was there, and he could have just stepped off and he'd landed right in the middle of us, and he could have snatched our heads off before we could have said "dadgummit." And the 2 out there on the river that came off those islands, there had actually been in some of the reports that I had seen, or in one report I had seen, was that they were screaming back and forth at each other. And I sort of got the idea that they were, sort of reluctant neighbors, and those 2 troops. But anyway, that like I said, I went back to Missouri, and my Iowa buddies went back to their respected homes, and we talked about that stuff several times over the next several weeks, and so I've been looking at scripture and stuff, and I used the shofar down in Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
I was going to tell about that.
Yes, and I'll pick up where you guys took off, because wow.
we went to a let's just say a public area, and in central Oklahoma, and we found a place that was down away from any campgrounds and stuff like that, where I could blow it safely without without disturbing people. And I was having trouble with it, and I fought it for probably 20 minutes. And finally, for about only about a second to a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, I hit the right note. And instantly, we were on the south side of a square 40-acre field. And any of you farmers out there, you know that if you go from one side of a 40-acre field to square 40 to the other, is 440 yards, or 1,320 feet. It's a quarter of a mile. It's a quarter of a mile across a square 40-acre field. And instantly, on the north end of the field, we were against the south end, we got an answer. And I blew it, and I was able to hit one of the notes again, just briefly. One of the guys with us had a really good thermal that could reach that far. And we saw that there were two of them that appeared, and one of them started around the east side of the field, and the other one started around the west side of the field, which the west side of the field was a creek bank. And again, these two came till they got where they could both put eyeballs on us, and they just stopped. They didn't come any closer. And again, they stayed there 45 minutes, and then just wandered off back into the woods. We tried it at another location, and on a different trip out to Oklahoma. And we were on a backwater of the Red River, and we found where a public road crossed this skirted around along the edge of this backwater, and we stopped on the edge of this little causeway, and I got the shofar out, and we got quiet, and after a bit, and I blew it, and I got lucky, and I hit the right note about the second or third try, and the woods came alive. We ended up surrounded out on this causeway. We ended up having basketball-sized rocks, big. If y'all know what riprap is, for people that don't know, riprap are big chunks of rock that the smaller pieces are about 6 inches in diameter. They average about bowling ball size to basketball size, and some a little larger. Man, and they stack them along. They'll put it along the side of a causeway or a riverbank or a creek bank or something to keep it from eroding. Those rocks, that riprap rock, prevents the ground behind it from eroding so badly. So there was some willows, little wild willow bushes that growing along one side of that causeway, and there was one that got out into the water. We could hear it, and we were getting glimpses of it. And it was behind those willow bushes where we couldn't see it very well, but it was picking up large pieces of the riprap and throwing them up there near us. Now, imagine rocks the size, small ones the size of large cantaloupes, large ones a little bit bigger than basketballs, launching up out from behind these willow bushes, and then arching over the causeway and hitting the water out there about 10, 15 feet off to our side. And the big rocks probably weighed 80, 90 pounds, something like that.
The big rocks. Wait, how much again? I'm sorry, I'm kind of hard to hear.
Probably 80, 90 pounds, maybe. The big
God almighty. That's a boulder. And I didn't know what this causeway was until y'all just explained it. I mean, in Oklahoma, we don't have things of that nature.
Yeah. Well, you do. You just don't know.
I know. I figured we did. I just never did do.
Oh, you call them something else, probably.
Probably.
But, anyway, this thing, we actually caught a few of them in our lights, because as they were throwing these things, we were sort of getting worried, and we realized, one of the things that happened is, I think they brought the largest tree in the world, which I think is the General Sherman sequoia tree out from California. They drug that thing, they planted it right out there on the side of the riverbank. And I don't know. We started hearing this really loud snapping, and of limbs breaking, or the trunk of a tree breaking or something. And then we started hearing this thing falling. It's like, and it just went on, all of a sudden, boom! It hit the ground. Back off we couldn't see it, but it was less than 200 yards from us. It's probably only about 125, 100, most likely it's no more than 150 yards from us. It hit the ground so hard, and this is such a ginormous tree, it shook the ground where we were standing. And I've heard a lot of trees being pushed down when we were messing with the boogers, and or when we were in booger territory, and they're just doing it as sort of a warning. I've never heard anything that even remotely compared to that. And we realized that more and more of them kept showing up, and right from the beginning, we knew there were 3 over in this one area, and then there was obviously at least one back behind us to the northeast. And then we realized that there was one straight across this backwater that was to the south of us.
Nice.
Then we realized that there were 2 to the east of us. And then we realized that there was another one that had showed up back to our west. And
see, that made me nervous.
And they were getting louder, and they were coming closer. Then I just happened to notice, I thought that the water where we were was real shallow, and that we didn't have to worry about them swimming and sneaking up on us. And then I noticed I walked up to my buddy Wade Parker's Hummer, and I was walking from my.
Hello, everyone. This is the Baron, and let me tell you something. My boy Mainline Mitch here is going hard in the paint, and just so y'all know, I'll don't want to remove that. Y'all remove it. Mainline Mitch is going hard in the paint, and he says 42 live viewers, only 13 likes. We could do better than that, BDRP family and new listeners. Hit that like button for these fine gentlemen regaling us with these true stories and hard-earned information from countless hours of boots on the ground research. Hit the thumbs up. I'll say amen, and I appreciate that, Mainline Mitch. Come on now, y'all can do old boy better than that. Come on, I thought we was friends. If we weren't friends anymore, I don't think I'd be able to bear it. Look at Shade Viking in there. Shade Viking was talking all that, talk more shit than the Chinese radio. What's up, Shade Viking? See, at least I got a sense of humor and a sense of artistic flair, unlike some people we know. The future of warfare is fighting with 3D video game energy soldiers. Just a thought. Now I'm going to listen now. 3D energy soldiers? What the hell are you talking about? I'll tell you what, though. AI is going to be the ones controlling it. Much love, A. Jackson. I appreciate you. So, how y'all like the big blocks? Like them, love them, hate them? I want y'all's feedback because I love y'all. Well, D said he loves his subscribers. Yeah, I do. And they know I do. Happy Resurrection Day, folks. I don't celebrate Easter because it's Ishtar. And Ishtar was, they take dip the eggs in the blood it's nasty stuff. Go look it up. Ishtar, I believe. You won't want nothing to do with Easter anymore. The Bible describes an angel that was a wheel inside of a wheel. I wonder if that's what this is. You're absolutely right. That was called the Opinum, I believe. It's good to see all these new faces in here. Everything's wonderful. Pagan holiday, that's right, Romans 1:16. Mainline Mitch, I don't know if, look, there's my boy Jeremy. Let's see if we can get him on a round table. Folks, if you haven't subscribed to this man's channel, and I'm talking in real time, this isn't an interview from years ago. I don't know if you noticed or not. If you haven't checked out this guy's channel, what's the matter with you? What's going on? It's called I Want to Know More here on YouTube. And no, it's not the end. This is an all-nighter. We're going to party all night long. This is the interview block, volume 1. So is there any questions before I jump off here and let y'all enjoy the rest of it? Me either. For years now, I have celebrated and repented from it. I say God bless you and amen, A. Jackson. And folks, listen. I'm not saying don't take your kids out Easter. There's innocence in Easter. You know what I mean? And what Christians have recognized it as all these years. I'm not saying it takes anything away from it. But like Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. With knowledge comes great responsibility. And if that knowledge comes from God or the Holy Spirit, who is God, I mean, I'm going to be responsible for it. I don't want to be standing before the God man at the mercy seat and him say, hey, D, you knew that Easter was Ishtar and all that stuff, right? I'd have to say, yes, Lord, I did. Okay, I understand. Why didn't you tell your brothers then? Because that's what I tasked you to do, is inform the brethren. I don't go look like Groucho Marx with my hands up in there and my eyebrows and all that. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not playing them games. That's just me personally, and I cast no judgments on anybody who takes their kids Easter egg hunting or any of that kind of stuff. God bless y'all for it. But just so y'all know, it's a fertility right. They would dip eggs into blood, and I'll just put it that way. And yeah, do all sorts of weird esoteric sex magic, and they kept it moving for the rest of the year. And the pagans, and I don't know, I'm not gonna go there. This is the Lord's Day, and I'm not gonna sully it with madness about pagans. Hit that like button, folks. Thank you, Benjamin Gibson. I sincerely appreciate that. D Truth in the house. Benjamin Gibson, I may have seen you before, but if not, welcome to the BDRP Supernatural. Y'all got to hear some old school stuff. The former Bigfoot Dogman Research Project. I'm glad y'all got to hear that interview with Kirk Stokes, because that's going on the funeral pyre. I'm burning that one. It sucked eggs. Easter eggs. God bless y'all and enjoy the rest of the show.
Truck to Wade's Hummer, I looked down and there was a big culvert that went through the causeway, and the water, and there happened to be an old creek bed that came through there, and I shined my light down to that water, and I realized that water was at least 7, 8. I could see down in there. The water was amazingly clear. I could see down in there, 6 or 7 feet, and the water went on deeper than that. And I realized that any one of those boogers that were right there on the waterfront, they could slip off in there, and they can swim. They can swim over 100 yards underwater. I mean, I've witnessed it myself. And
I've heard you say that before, and I mean their lung capacity. Hearing them yell, that's extremely believable. I bet they could swim a whole lot longer than that.
I've heard that they can swim over over 250 yards underwater.
I believe it.
But I've witnessed them swim over 100 yards underwater.
They would have got 20 yards, and I would have got some yonder.
Yeah.
That had to be creepy.
But I realized that we were in an indefensible position, that if one of them wanted, at least half of them could have slipped into the water and gotten to that creek channel and swam right up to that causeway and snatched the causeway was very narrow, and they could have popped up and snatched us right off that causeway, and there wouldn't have been a thing we could do about it. So we left. We decided to leave. So we piled into our vehicles, and I was riding in Wade's Hummer with him, and my buddy Jim Sharp was driving my truck, and we had Kurt Moser strapped down to the hood of my truck.
The great Kurt Moser.
As a sacrificial offering. I
don't believe it for 1 minute.
Take him and no, I'm just kidding about
Kurt's got 10 tons of sand in him.
Yeah. I think that little boy could have whooped every one of us under the right conditions.
And not dropped a bead of sweat.
Yeah.
You got to meet Kurt. Kurt's see, we'll tell that at the very end.
Yeah. But anyway, so we were leaving out of there, and we had our windows down as we were leaving. And as we were leaving, about a softball sized rock came whizzing right over the top of Wade's Hummer, and he heard it coming. It came from the driver's side, and it went over. I heard it go past us, and whop, hit the trunk of a tree right off the side of the road on the that would have been, I guess, the south side of the road, but they gave us that parting shot as we left. But again, if they'd have wanted to hit us with one of those rocks, they could have.
And see, that's what gets me, Tim. They it's almost like they have terrorist campaigns that they'll launch on you. You know what I mean? Like I think they would rather terrorize and harass than actually lay harm to people.
Right. So I've used that shofar in Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. I know I've used it in more places. I think I took it to Louisiana, Arkansas.
Arkansas is thick with these things as well.
Oh boy, are they ever! And I said Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma.
You can say Oklahoma twice.
Yeah, Iowa. I've used it in Iowa, Illinois, Kentucky.
Wow.
And Tennessee.
How did you in Kentucky and Tennessee?
Same thing. They come, and then they get there till they can see us, and then they just stop, and they just wait around for a while, and then they leave. So I've been doing a lot of studying of trying to figure out what's going on.
And if they want to talk tough, then you call the coppers. Call the coppers, and they'll put their sticks on their heads. Then we'll see. Then they'll comply. They'll be more than happy to comply.
This is a BDRP classic. Hope you enjoy.
One of the notes, and of limbs breaking or the trunk of a tree breaking or something. And then we started hearing this thing falling. It's like, and it just went on, and all of a sudden, boom! It hit the ground. Back off we couldn't see it, but it was less than 200 yards from us. It's probably only about 125, 100. Most likely it's no more than 150 yards from us. it hit the ground so hard, and this is such a ginormous tree, it shook the ground where we were standing. And I've heard a lot of trees being pushed down when we were messing with the boogers, and or when we were in booger territory, and they're just doing it as sort of a warning. I've never heard anything that even remotely compared to that. And we realized that more and more of them kept showing up. And right from the beginning, we knew there were 3 over in this one area, and then there was obviously at least one back behind us to the to the northeast. And then we realized that there was one straight across this backwater that was to the south of us.
Nice.
Then we realized that there were 2 to the east of us. And then we realized that there was another one that had showed up back to our west. And
yeah, see, that made me nervous.
And they were getting louder, and they were coming closer. Then I just happened to notice, I thought that the water where we were was real shallow, and that we didn't have to worry about them swimming and sneaking up on us. And then I noticed I walked up to my buddy Wade Parker's Hummer, and I was walking from my truck to Wade's Hummer. I looked down, and there was a big culvert that went through the causeway. And the water, and there happened to be an old creek bed that came through there. And I shined my light down to that water, and I realized that water was at least 7, 8. I could see down in there. The water was amazingly clear. I could see down in there, 6 or 7 feet, and the water went on deeper than that. And I realized that any one of those boogers that were right there on the waterfront, they could slip off in there, and they can swim. They can swim over 100 yards underwater. I mean, I've witnessed it myself. And
I've heard you say that before, and I mean their lung capacity. Hearing them yell, that's extremely believable. I bet they could swim a whole lot longer than that.
I've heard that they can swim over 250 yards underwater, but
I believe it.
But I've witnessed them swim over 100 yards underwater.
They would have got 20 yards, and I would have got some yonder. That had to be creepy.
But I realized that we were in an indefensible position, that if one of them wanted it, at least half of them could have slipped into the water and gotten to that creek channel and swam right up to that causeway and snatched the causeway was very narrow, and they could have popped up and snatched us right off that causeway, and it wouldn't have been a thing we could do about it. So we left. We decided to leave. So we piled into our vehicles, and I was riding in Wade's Hummer with him, and my buddy Jim Sharp was driving my truck, and we had Kurt Moser strapped down to the hood of my truck.
The great Kurt Moser.
As a sacrificial offering. I
don't believe it for 1 minute.
Take him and no, I'm just kidding about
Kurt's
that.
got 10 tons of sand in him.
Yeah. I think that little boy could have whooped every one of us under the right conditions.
And not dropped a bead of sweat.
Yeah.
You got to meet Kurt. Kurt's see, we'll tell that at the very end.
Yeah. But anyway, so we were leaving out of there, and we had our windows down as we were leaving. And as we were leaving, about a softball sized rock came whizzing right over the top of Wade's Hummer, and he heard it coming. It came from the driver's side, and it went over. I heard it go past us and whop hit the trunk of a tree right off the side of the road on the that would have been, I guess, the south side of the road. But they gave us that parting shot as we left. But again, if they'd have wanted to hit us with one of those rocks, they could have.
See, that's what gets me, Tim. They it's almost like they have terrorist campaigns that they'll launch on you. You know what I mean? Like I think they would rather terrorize and harass than actually lay harm to people.
Right. So I've used that shofar in Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. I know I've used it in more places. I think I took it to Louisiana, Arkansas.
Arkansas is thick with these things as well.
Oh boy, are they ever! And I said Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma.
You can say Oklahoma twice.
Yeah, Iowa. I've used it in Iowa, Illinois, Kentucky.
Wow.
And Tennessee.
How did you do in Kentucky and Tennessee?
Same thing. They come and then they get there till they can see us, and then they just stop and they just wait around for a while, and then they leave. So I've been doing a lot of studying of trying to figure out what's going on. I found some very disturbing scriptures. And I found them in two different places. I found some in the Book of Enoch. I found them in three different places. Found some in the Old Testament. I found some in Revelations. In fact, let me go get my Bible. I want to read the Revelations one. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and there's another one in Revelations that we were talking about this the other night, and he didn't really realize, and nobody really does, because it's one of those scriptures that's kind of tucked in there. You've heard me read it a lot, folks. When that pale rider rides, and that pale is chloros in the Greek meaning green, or Greek meaning green, chloros meaning green. That makes it a green horse. The indication of which being is, the Death Rider is riding through or with nature itself, with creation.
And it makes me think of all this, all this green initiative and stuff like AOC's.
Yes.
Stuff. It's all a bunch of communist crap. And
they worship Gaia. They're pagan heathens,
right.
Earth worshippers. But at the top, we know that they're Satanists. And Satan's bride, the what they call the Queen of Heaven, she's got many names, but one of them is Gaia, and they want to perpetuate. See, they think that they can force God's hand to do something, like he doesn't sit outside of time and space and control all reality with just his being. But somehow they think they can flim-flam God, Tim. I'll never understand it.
Yeah. All right. Now, this is Revelations chapter 6, verse 8. Verse 8. And I want to read it the way it actually, like I said, what is translated as a pale horse. Like I said, it actually, some people say that pale meant that it was a sick horse. And, that could, that's got a little bit of traction too, but it also translates as a green horse. And I want to read it down. And I looked, and behold, a green horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Now, you go back and you go back and chase that backwards, and you come up with a
that same beast
in the Old Testament.
Yep.
And it says, I I can't remember exactly where it is.
It's Genesis 3. We went through it the other night through scripture.
Yeah,
When you transliterate that word beast back from the Greek to the Hebrew, it's the same beast that appears in the garden, and that's not a beast of burden. It was the most subtle of all the beasts of the field, that serpent.
Well, also, if you study the Nephilim and if you study the Nephilim, there's some pretty clear scripture that that it's some of that scripture that is folks like to just sort of skip over it and act like it's not there. But and I can't remember the actual verses now, but it's very specifically says, it talks about that these beasts are compelled, and when they're talking about the Nephilim and the descendants of the Nephilim, that they are compelled to respond to the voice of God, and the voice of God is this particular shofar. And in the end, and at the end of days, that they will be summoned, that they will be called, and then they will be loosed upon the earth to kill us. That
not us.
The wicked.
Well,
the wicked,
the wicked, correct. And they will, in the first part, if you study the end times and stuff, they say in the first round of Armageddon or whatever, or the end, that a third of the population of the earth will be wiped out. And then in the second part, which there's a lot of debate on when the second part comes, then another third of the population of the earth will be killed, at least killed in this mortal life. And then there will be a third that's still left here on the earth. But a lot of these old scriptures, ancient, and we're talking about pre-Hebrew now. We're talking about, you got to go back into the Aramaic and some of that ancient Greek. It specifically talks about these beasts that are basically Nephilim, and that at some point now, and I don't know who this is that turns them loose. And I think it may be an angel.
It's our captain. Either that or it's our captain. In Daniel, it talks about a portion of these were left back for Jesus to use in the end times.
For God's wrath.
For God's wrath.
Right.
And you remember that scripture I showed you the other night where it was talking about how if somebody walks contrary to him, that he would walk contrary to them.
And the beasts of the earth would be,
That's right.
The beasts of the earth. Yeah.
Right.
And all throughout the Bible, you're right, Kumbo. People see that, we read it, and we just skip over it, and like it doesn't have any significance because it's not here yet.
Well, what I learned from all this, I've come to the conclusion that that they are, when I blow that shofar, they come expecting to be loosed upon the earth.
Yep.
That's what they're expecting. That's why they come. They have to come. They cannot not come. They are compelled to come. And then when they come, they are expecting to be loosed upon the earth. They're expecting an angel, Jesus, someone to say, "Get them, boys," more or less.
Yeah, get them.
Yeah, sick them, get them, And and because of that, I'm not blowing the shofar anymore.
I got a question, and I understand that, but and I have a few questions. And it's just right or wrong answer, but I want your opinion on it. What if an unbeliever? Because all the men, I know one gentleman that you named that when you originally went out there. But what if an unbeliever blew that shofar the correct way? And brother, I don't think that they would just stop and sit there and wait, because if you think about it, you have the Holy Spirit, Tim. You have the creative force of God living within you.
Mm-hmm.
What if somebody did that and they didn't? I don't think they would have just stopped. I think that they would have.
No, I don't know. Unfortunately, there's been since I talked about it publicly, and which was probably a big mistake. There have been a number of people that have played with shofars, and I don't know if anybody's had the stick-to-itiveness and the patience to spend the years digging through that I spent, because my old research buddy and I decided that we were not going to share. We were not going to share a lot of the source of our information, and we were not going to share other things that we had learned in this long search. We were going to keep that to ourselves. But I think there are people out there that I believe there are some unbelievers out there that have shofars, but they just don't know how to blow them. I mean,
Thank God for that.
They're getting sounds out of them, but they don't know what they're looking for.
Yeah, they might get the winning lottery ticket.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be the winning one if they're an unbeliever, bro. I feel that in my bones.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But Greg, I know one thing Greg said, my buddy Greg Howe said some time ago here in chat, that when you hit the right note, you know it instantly. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
And I had to figure out what the right note was, and then, and me not being a musician, it was very, very extremely tough to know what to do to try to hit it. And
as a musician, when you hit the tonic.
When you blew that thing down in Brown Springs, Tim, there was a feeling that came along with it. I don't know if anybody else felt it but me.
There was a what?
There was a feeling. There was something that I could feel that came along with it. Now, I wasn't hypnotized like these animals or whatever, but
right.
There was definitely. I've been a musician my whole life. Came from a family of musicians, and there's definitely something when you hit those notes. Like me, not even knowing what the right notes are, because you blew it a couple of times, but there was a definite, distinct feeling that came along, and you had to leave because of the storm. And I felt like, I just won the lottery. You trusted me enough to allow me to lead some of your guys through there. And that was one of and this is daytime, folks. This wasn't, the middle of the night. It was early evening. Sun was in the sky, and we were shadowed through there. And they just, I won't say it's unusual behavior, but it was a little bit more, it was a little bit closer than what I was comfortable with dealing with, even going out there by myself. And they wasn't aggressive, but they definitely tried to get close to us.
Right.
I don't know if that's because they didn't see who had blown it, or they were trying to check us out and see, hey, wait a minute, that's our human, but what's going on here? What was that noise? But I find it extremely interesting that when you blow that shofar, and especially there's a litany of verses you can refer back to. You're absolutely right.
Right.
But when nature itself, creation itself responds to it, in that type of veracity, where they're coming in there, about face. And
right.
There's something to that. You're right.
And another thing, they weren't coming in there to because where you went, where you guys went after I left, by golly, they had, if they'd wanted any one of y'all, there would have been nothing you could have been standing there with a bazooka in your hands and you wouldn't have been able to, save yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no weapon that can be carried by people that would have, unless it was a handheld nuclear device of some kind, and your thumb was on the button.
and I've been in there forever, and at that point in time, I think it was like 3-4 years, and that was the primary area that I'd been to, and I want to do this before I forget. I would like to offer an apology to Mr. Tim Kumbo Baker.
You don't owe me an apology for anything.
I'm sure I do, because I even back when you were with the Outlaws, in hindsight 2020, you were giving me sound advice and encouragement, and against all odds. You know what I mean? So I apologize for not having the discernment to see it at the time. But yeah, I really do appreciate all the the good advice, and because I look up to you as a mentor, and you've always been very, very gracious with your time. It could have been in the middle of the night when we heard those coyotes get ripped apart. I called you and we talked for almost an hour.
Yeah. I just remember first time I finally got to meet you in person.
Yes. Good old Whataburger.
Yes, sir. We went to we went and did our paid our homage at the altar of the sublime altar of the Whataburger.
Yes. Yeah, we made our offering.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is phenomenal.
But I knew right then you was good folks.
I appreciate that. Likewise. And you're one of the most upright men I've met in this field. Unfortunately, there's not another dozen of you, and folks will tell you. I'll say if there's ever a Bigfoot University and you're not the headmaster, it'll be closed down within a week.
I don't know about that.
Well, I do.
I mean, there's folks out there that know just as much about them as I do, and there's some that I know. In fact, he's on here tonight in chat. He was anyway. That knows more about him in some areas than I do. I mean, he knows.
But you're a very honorable man. You're a very honorable man.
Well, this guy's an honorable man too, but yeah, that's the thing.
Your whole crew was phenomenal. Your whole crew was very, very great people.
Well, I've said it 1,000 times. Any researcher worth his salt, number one, realizes that there's no experts in this field. Anybody that says they're an expert, they're a liar. Because
Amen.
The more you know, the more you realize what you don't know.
Yeah.
And the more you know, the more questions you have.
Absolutely.
And the other thing is, any researcher that's worth his salt has got to be willing to go back and relook at his data, and got to be willing to change his theories that he had based on new evidence and new data. And I know I went for, going out and taking, reports and stuff like that for 6 years before I ever realized that there was really such thing as a dog man. And then I had to go back and re-interview some people. And
that's that integrity. And it's rare in this field. Yeah, and I know you've seen it too. It's unfortunate, Tim.
Yeah.
That there's a lot of people who want to sway instead of using the cold hard facts and the data that they've gathered. Yeah. They don't want it to be, if it's something other than what they thought it was, they will alter or sway the evidence in the way in which they like, and that's not scientific whatsoever.
Correct. Yeah.
It got to the point where I'll stop calling myself a field researcher because I had a bunch of notebooks and they're all gone. But
that's what kills me. I used to keep these journal books. These big, I used to buy these journals, and they were hardbound. They had 200 pages in them, and they were, college ruled on both sides, and the pages were numbered.
Yep, that's the exact same thing I had.
I had 6 of them completely full, and was working on a 7th, and it's my fault I lost them. when my first wife and I divorced, we had a big built-in entertainment center, and half of it was stuffed full of my journals and just gobs and gobs of videotapes, boxes full of photographs, a lot of audio recordings, just gobs of stuff. And back then we used to modify VCRs, stereo VCRs, to record, and we recorded audio rather than video on them. So it was a poor man's digital audio tape, and I had piles of 6-hour videotapes and that I hadn't even listened to yet, and to see what I'd caught on them, and I had those 6 full journals, 1,200 pages of sighting reports, and I screwed up, and I didn't get over there fast enough. They sold the house, and she didn't have any choice. She had to get all that crap out of the house. She threw it out on the street. So
wow,
yeah,
I went
my
through
fault.
the exact same thing.
My fault.
So I know how it feels, especially when you put so much time and effort into it, and
Yeah.
but that's when I just started just wandering through there, and having the experience and using the old noodle to remember as much stuff as possible. Because I said that's never going to happen again.
Well, what kills me is that myself and Big Dog T2B and some others were going to put together this big sighting database. In fact, we're still working on it slowly. Well, Jack is. I haven't been contributing anything.
Another great guy.
But man, if I'd have had those 6 full journals of sighting reports, it would have been awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
imagine the database for the foundation for a database. Yeah, absolutely.
Greg Graham wanted me to describe a Type 4 dog man. Where does it say?
Yeah, we can get to the questions real quick, and I appreciate it.
All right,
Tim. I knew when we got to talking we were going to go past that hour, but I sincerely appreciate your time, as does I'm guessing everybody else, because we had 75 people in here at one point in time. Hit that like button, folks, and put your questions in all caps. I'll go back through and catch ones that we missed.
Okay. All right. I was the first one when I started discovering that there were different kinds of them. Me being an engineer, I want to classify things. Want to put them in a box. And that's fine. And so I fairly quickly learned that I know the ones that I grew up with here on the farm. They're the Type 1, the big boogers, the patty type, like you see on the Patterson Gimlin film. The alpha males are 10 feet tall. In fact, I've seen one that was up. Most of them are around 9.5, 10 feet tall. There are a few, very few, but there are a few out there that hit 12 feet. The 10 footers, Steve Wolf, he was asking about the pitches. It was a combination of that scripture plus this Hebrew mystic fella that was a extremely deep scholar of the ancient scriptures and such. So back to what I was saying. Well, crap. What was I saying? Let me go back up and find the question.
You're talking about the Type 4. You're explaining the Type 4.
Oh, the types. Okay. Yes. All right. So the patty type is the Type 1. They're the males weigh, they'll weigh 900 to 1,200 pounds, and the females weigh probably, 600 to maybe 700, possibly even as much as 800 pounds. And, they'll get up to about, 8 to maybe a max of about 9 feet. They have plantigrade feet like we do. What plantigrade means is when they're standing up, standing still, their heel is on the ground. When they walk, their heel hits the ground every step that they take, just like ours do. The type 2 is what I call the Neanderthal type, and I'm not pronouncing Neanderthal correctly. It's Neanderthal, I think. But I think the H is silent.
That's semantic. Yeah, that's just like Uranus instead of Uranus.
Right. So anyway, so the type 2 is the swamp ape type or Neanderthal type, and you can look up the book Them Plus Us and look at the pictures of the Neanderthals in there, and lose the vertical slit pupils and change the nose to be more of a human type nose, but a flatter, wider nose, but more human type, and you've got you a type 2 booger. Males get 8 to 9 feet tall. They'll weigh probably maybe 700-800 pounds, something like that. The females 6 to 7 feet. They'll weigh 400 to 500 pounds, but they're still barrel chested. They don't have the big sagittal crest that the type 1s have, like a gorilla. They have more of a rounded head, and I call them pea heads, but they're
pea heads.
Yeah, but they're not really. They're not perfectly. Then the heads are not perfectly round. It just depends. They vary, but they don't have a big prominent sagittal crest as much as the type 1s do. They also have plantigrade feet. In other words, their heel hits the ground every step that they make when they're walking bipedally. They're a little bit lighter built than the type 1s. They tend to be a little bit more belligerent. They can be a little bit more ill-tempered at times than your average type 1 would be in a similar situation. Then you got the type 3, which is the baboon-headed ones. They also have basically the body of the type 2, but they've got a head that looks similar to a baboon. Some people can mistake those. I thought those were dogmen for a long time.
I did too.
And then I realized by finding their tracks that they also have plantigrade feet, just like the type 1s and the type 2s and us. A lot of them, I think, I don't know if they could be the result of inbreeding due to the drastic reduction in the nationwide Bigfoot population when the white man came in and gave all these white European diseases to the Indians and killed off most of them. They also killed off most of the Bigfoot. And I know that there had to be isolated pockets of Bigfoot that ended up becoming inbred. Hence, we find 3-toed tracks are not uncommon. And that's a fairly common mutation in human beings that are inbred, is having you've still got 5 toes, but sometimes a couple, they'll be grown together. The skin will cover 2 fingers or 2 toes at a time.
So you attribute that to a mutation from inbreeding?
That's one of the possibilities of it. Yes, I think that's the most likely possibility. Is that a lot of these 3-toed tracks you see are the result of inbreeding that's in that lineage, in that bloodline of that group, and it keeps popping up generation after generation. And we see stuff like that in humans.
Right.
But the type 3s with the baboon-looking head, I don't know if that weird head is the result of inbreeding or as a mutation that resulted from inbreeding, or if they're a distinct type. However, I do know this. And this is a fact that I've been able to prove to the best of my ability in multiple locations. These type 3s are sort of, they don't really, there's a few places that they hang around a lot, but a lot of them are mobile. They move around, and they'll stay in an area for a year or two and then move on. I can tell you this: when the type 3s are moving in, the type 2s and type 1s that are in that area will move out. The type 2s and the type 1s don't want anything to do with the type 3s. If you want to see what a type 3 looks like, there is a very good picture of it online that you can get. It's called the Beast of Seven Chutes.
Yes.
And that's a provincial park up in Quebec, Canada. And Chutes is spelled Chutes. The Beast of Seven Chutes. Chutes. And you can look at that, and that is a good picture. That's the best picture I know of that you can find easily of a type 3. And by the way, it's got a dead dog. It's got its lunch, or it's got its supper under its arm. It's killed a dog, and it's got it under its arm.
It looked like just a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
And that looks like a big. He's holding it in his hand. It looks like. Is that under his arm?
Yeah. He's got it cradled in his arm. You know, like he was toting a football or a watermelon.
Groceries.
Yeah, but
looks like a golden retriever.
You're looking like you're looking at the back end of the dog. The tail is hanging down in the front of his hand or arm. The head is hanging down towards its rear, and you have to look at it close. The pictures on the internet now are degraded quite a bit. There you go.
Yeah, no doubt.
There, back when this thing first came out, and the pictures were fairly new, you could see a lot more detail in the pictures. But that.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a very special announcement from the Baron of Brown Springs. Hello, everyone. I'm the Force Ghost of DDoS. Hope everybody's having a great day on this Resurrection Day. I could have done that off air. I don't know why I didn't. Resurrection Day, I'll accept Easter, but there's a handful of people from different countries watching the show, and I have to let y'all know that our commander-in-chief in this country, you foreign friends of the BDRP, is a ranked devil. I'll just leave it at that. Folks, I don't know why these people play games with God. You know what I mean? Like, what makes them comfortable thinking that God's going to be playing these silly games with me? It's weird to me. It makes me nervous. Anyways, look at that handsome old son of a gun. What's good in the hood, everybody? Audio's a bit low. Well, doggone it. Turn your volume up. Oh, the audio ain't low. Y'all tell me I'm Pogly Pie. Anyways, Nemos Mars. Welcome. What's up, Woodbooger Farm? Mainline Mitch, Shane Powers. You're from Midwest Oklahoma? Like the town Midwest Oklahoma, or are you saying you're from Midwest Oklahoma? Muffled, huh? That may be better. I don't know. I think it's about time to retire this mic. Shoot it into space like they did Spock. You know, it's a horse that has taken me many a mile.
Now it's time to go to the glue factory. I don't know what's going on with it, folks. I don't know what to tell you on it. But how are you liking so far the interview block? Anyone hunting morals? Thank you. Yeah, hit that like and subscribe button, all that good stuff. And yeah, we're going to keep trucking. Big Chungus in the house. What's going on, Big Chungus? What's that? Up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it can't be. The one, the only, the Among Us Among Us. The you know, do you know it, you love it. The Big Chungus. Shout out to the Big Chungus. He's his biggest fan, folks. I'm his second biggest fan. I like Big Chungus. And folks, when you are enjoying Easter with friends and family, and you have a pipe that's been broken 3 different ways, and you need a good, firm smoke, I suggest Dawson tobacco. It's health aware.
Well, I sure would like a cigarette.
Well, why don't you bust out a Dawson? Well, why don't you bust out a
Dawson,
Dawson?
that's right. Your favorite. That's right. Your
Dawson
favorite.
cigarettes. That's right, Dawson cigarettes. That's right, Dawson cigarettes. Nothing beats a Dawson. Nothing beats except a Dawson.
I wish you would stop smoking the damn cigarettes. I wish you would stop smoking the damn cigarettes.
Hey, your wife said stop smoking. Hey, your wife said stop smoking. Didn't you know these are health? Didn't you know these are health? The doctor prescribed me these. See, this is what happens when you let women. This is what happens when you let women and wear pants. Go to work. They start going cuckoo.
That's right. They start going cuckoo. You tell her. That's right. You tell her. That's right. Hey, what's this? Hey, what's this?
That was a little plug from our sponsor. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Dog that is carrying. Now, and you look at the face, and there's some zoom in. You can find some zoomed in pictures of the face, and you can clearly see the baboon looking head on it.
I think it's a monster. It's a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Better than that.
One of the things that these things will do that type 1s and type 2s will not do, these type 3s will it's documented that they have broken into occupied homes of people.
Wow.
I personally know a lady who had to abandon her home in Iowa when they broke through the wall of her basement, or actually they broke through a door to get into her basement, and then busted up through the floor into her house, and she had to abandon the house.
Lord of mercy.
Wow. And they have a very evil aura to them. And like I said, the type 1s and type 2s that are in an area, when the type 3s show up, they leave.
Yonder.
Yes, and when the type 3s move on a couple of years later, your original boogers will come back, but they don't want anything to do with them.
Yes, one of those there goes the neighborhood kind of situations.
Exactly. But I have seen it. The type 3s, yeah. When the type 3s show up, the rest of the boogers leave, and the type 3s after a year or 2 or 3, when they decide to leave and move on, once they're gone, the original boogers will come back.
So even the biggest type of Sasquatch will leave an area because of these.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Glad I ain't running into none of those.
No. See those damn type 3s move in next door. Let's look for another place to live.
Well, a friend of yours and mine, D, he's had a fair amount of experience with them out quite a bit ways west of you.
No kidding.
Yeah, I have to talk. We'll talk to you about it.
Yeah, for sure.
On.
Yeah, hopefully it's not in the Great Sooner State because yeah.
But anyway, they are. And when you find them, they're in the same area as these.
Oh no. Yeah, you keep going. I was putting this up. This is going to be the next one up.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to derail you.
That's all right. But I found these type 3s in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi. Obviously, they got them in Quebec. I'm talking about these are places where I've stumbled across them. Possibly in Kentucky, but I'm not sure.
Have you heard of any of them in Alabama?
Nothing that I can recall. None in Alabama. Now, on to the type 4. Now, the type 4 is what I call a true dog man. A lot of people mistake the type 3s for dog men because they've got a snouted head, snouted face.
Yeah.
But a type 3 is not a dog man. Absolutely not.
Does type 3 have a tail?
No,
it doesn't have a tail, right?
Does not. Type 4, that is what I call the true dog man. And again, I do not know if they have a tail or not. I only have seen one with my own eyes, and I couldn't tell if it had a tail or not. I was looking straight at it. It was facing straight at me. We weren't very far apart, but it was after dark, and my ditch lights, my fog lights were only illuminating it from about waist up. But these dog men, they have what's called digitigrade feet, not plantigrade like us and like the types 1, 2, and 3 have. Digitigrade feet means they walk on the balls of their feet, like dogs and cats and a lot of other animals. Most other animals, they're horses even if they have hooves, they're still digitigrade because they're walking on their toes. Even on a hoofed animal, their toes are fused together, and their fingernail adapted and grew all together in one solid big nail, which is the hoof. And what used to be the fingers are sort of fused together. But anyway, back to dogs. Their legs. People often say their knee is bent backwards. That's not the knee that you're seeing. No. What you're seeing is the hock. What you're seeing is the hock.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And if you look at your dog or your cat right now, and you see, or stand them up, and you see that you got their back paw is on the ground, and the leg comes up at an angle going towards the rear, and then there's a 90-degree turn. That 90-degree turn is the hock. That is the equivalent of the heel in humans in type 1s, 2, and 3 Bigfoot. The hock is the heel. So they're walking on the balls of their feet with their heel up off the ground. If you once you go around the hock and go in an angles forward, that next joint you find is their actual knee. Yep. Or if you start feeling right there on their hip and then work your way down, you'll feel down their thigh joint that as you're feeling down their hip, you're moving down and forward. When you get to the knee, then the bone, there's a joint there, and the bone will be below that, which is their equivalent of our shin bone is in going down and backwards.
Yeah, but curious. I have to call over. I have to call over Sweet Looney. You got me.
Yeah,
actually working along with it.
So, what you're looking at is his knee is bent backwards, but it's not. Their knee is bent normal, just like ours. What you're seeing and what you think is the knee is actually their hock, which is their heel, and they're walking the balls of their feet. So when you find a true dogman track, what you're going to see, it's going to look like it's not elongated like a dog track or a coyote track. It's wider than it is long. And you'll see claws. Another thing that has been seen often around I'm going to back up to the type 3s. Some type 3s have clawed toes. They have claws on the end of their toes. Not all of them, but some of them.
The type 3s, is it a possibility that they could be genetically modified something or another? Because there's nothing about type 3s that seems rational or natural to me. Like you said, they seem malicious or like.
They could be. I mean, there's a chance. You don't know. I mean, our government has been experimenting with genetic engineering of mammals since
World War II.
There was a lot of it went on in World War II, but the Soviets took it to a new level.
Yeah, absolutely. Stalin's Gorilla Man. He's trying to genetically modify mix gorillas with actual men, and that.
I'll tell you this,
because I know you know.
I know.
And German shepherds.
Yeah, I can't tell a lot about it. I'll tell you this.
See, I knew. I know you knew. All right, but only what you can tell, of course.
Well, I'm trying to think what I can tell without getting myself in trouble and other folks in trouble. An acquaintance when the Soviet Union fell, there was a huge rush into the former Soviet states to glean technology. Biomedical engineering and biological engineering were two of the main things that they wanted, because they knew that the Soviets were doing research on things that were against the law in most of the Western world, or in most of our allies countries. An acquaintance came back from I asked him if he found anything. He said, "Oh yeah." And I said, "What'd you find?" He said, "You ever see the movie The Island of Dr. Moreau?" I said, "Yeah, I saw the original one with I think it was Spencer Tracy that was in it, and then I saw the later one that came out with Val Kilmer and Marlon Brando in it." He says, "Okay, well, let me tell you, that ain't nothing." In a greatly paraphrased response, he said, "Well, if you saw that ain't nothing."
That's a big statement,
and it is
right.
And I kept an ongoing interest in this, and until I got told to back off.
Ooh.
Back off, buckwheat. You know.
Beat it.
Yeah, and
take
so,
your inquiries down the road.
Yeah. So anyway, I've had that happen to me a couple of times in my career.
I bet you have. Me and you have the same curiosity about things,
and
I know you're like a pit bull, like I am with information and what you're interested in, and that's another reason. And folks, y'all just heard that, right? Did that not feel like you were in? I told you, the professor. That's why I call him that. Like the way you explain things, and even complicated things, you do it in a way that's collegiate.
Yeah. But red eyes at night doesn't mean they're angry. Doesn't red eye shine from boogers doesn't mean they're angry.
A lot of people think that they have the like the fish at the bottom of the ocean. What do you call that?
Bioluminescence.
Bioluminescent eyes.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's what I know there's a lot of people claim that they've seen their eyes glowing when there was absolutely no ambient light whatsoever.
A lot of people.
But I don't know. I don't know how that could work. I don't know. That's one of those things that there's so many other things that's more important to me. I sort of let that one lay.
Yeah.
One of these years I might get around to it, or one of these years I've seen plenty of glowing booger eyes. I've seen lots of them. But I've never seen them when there wasn't at least some kind of ambient light source.
Tiny little bit. I always thought because their eyes were so big that the lens behind them was massive, and just a little bit of light would refract and make it look like they're glowing.
Yeah.
But
I have seen my dog's eyes glow just from stuff reflecting off the lens of my glasses.
Wow.
Yeah. And I've got some pictures of my German Shepherds. And I'm playing with them, and they're hunkered down, and their eye, and all you can see is these three sets of glowing eyes. And by God, I'm telling you what, it looks wicked.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Yeah.
German Shepherds themselves are kind of intimidating looking dogs.
Yeah. But we're talking about eyes that are only maybe 3.5, 4 inches apart. So I ain't worried about them. It's those ones that are 7, 8, 9 inches apart that I worry about.
Yeah, those get kind of ooky spooky. Just the casual nature that the one that was by your porch. I mean, we're just talking, chopping it up, having a casual conversation, and you're like, hold on, something out here is messing with my dog, because it was going bananas. You're like, I think one's at the end of the porch. I was like, the end of the porch? What? I can imagine growing up with him.
Old Joe was he was in survival mode. He was trapped on that porch, and he wandered in the house, and that booger was standing there staring at him and giving him the stink eye,
Wow.
And I think he had bad intent. I don't think it was one of the ones from our regular troop. I think it was one of the ones from our snowbirds.
To be that close to your house too. Like
our wintertime visitors. Yeah. The trouble is this hedgerow that runs behind the house here has been a travel route for them for decades, probably centuries. The old farmhouse over here was built in 1885, and
oh wow!
I know there are people here way before then. There's been people living in this area, white people living in this area, since the 1820s. And
wow,
interesting thing, we got a part of the farm, one of the hollows that on our farm is called No Head Hollow, and I always thought it was called No Head Hollow because a lot of times when you see them walking away from you, especially if they're going downhill, sort of, or up a hill, you can't see their head. They're sort of hunched over, and you can't see the head. So it looks like they ain't got no head. So I figured that's where No Head Hollow came from. But
makes sense.
One day there's a little cafe down the road here about 2 miles that we frequent, and we were in there one day eating lunch, my wife and I, and saw one of the elders of the area. He came in, and he was a good friend of my dad's. He's 2 farms to the west of us, and so I just asked him, I said, hey, I addressed him by his name. I said, he looked at me. He said, yeah. I said, you remember me? And he said, well, you look familiar now. So I said, well, I'm Jerry Baker's son and oldest son. And he says, oh yeah, I hadn't seen you in a long time. Since you were just a kid. Anyway, we talked a minute. I just asked him. I says, sir, something I've always been curious about. I said, you got any wild idea how No Head Holla got his name? He said, yeah, know exactly how it got its name. He said back when folks moved into this area back in the 1820s and stuff, that somewhere back in there they first settled, that there were these 2 brothers, and it's a weird name. There's a creek named after them. Starts with a K. I can't remember the name of it, but anyway. And if I try to on this slow internet,
you called it the other night. Wasn't Kugel, was it?
No, it's something similar to that. It's Kasag or anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it was a European name, like a Swedish or a Norwegian name or something like that.
Right.
Moved in here, and these 2 brothers, and one of them settled up at the head of the hollow, where there's a lot more flat ground and you could farm it, and the other one settled down, and this is back before the river was backed up like it is now, before the river's dammed up. He settled down near the mouth of the hollow where it opened out into a bunch of bottom land in a larger hollow. And there was a little town here. The little community had sprung up, and there was like some kind of a little trading post or something. And somebody noticed that they hadn't seen either one of these brothers in several weeks. A couple more weeks went by, and talk got up. Well, have you seen either one of these brothers? No. So one of the locals said, well, I'm going to be going by near there on my way home. I'll just swing down in there and see and check on them. Well, the first one he goes to is the guy that's down near the mouth of the hollow, where it empties out into a larger hollow, and that area down there is flat. You could plant crops or whatever. Anyway, he goes down there and he finds the guy laying there with no head. His head has been ripped off, not chopped off, but ripped off.
Lord of mercy.
And later on they looked and they never did find his head. He goes up the hollow and up near the head of the hollow where it sort of flattens out. He finds the other brother laying there outside his home or cabin or whatever. His head has been ripped off. They eventually, when they were searching around, looking, they eventually found his head, a pretty good distance away from where they found the rest of his body. And that's how it got the name No Head Hollow. And what's interesting, on maps that go all the way back into the 1800s, if you follow No Head Hollow out and going towards the head of the hollow, where the hollow peters out, if you just keep going in that direction, which is pretty much southeast, you go up over a low ridge and you drop down into a big wide bottom. And that bottom to this day, in its own maps, is called Booger Bottoms.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. That's right.
It couldn't get any more on the nose. And
Right.
You see these all over the United States, folks. Like,
Yeah.
nobody really looks into it. Nobody really, I guess, looks into the history of their area. I'm a local historian, and I see things like that, and I dig as deep as I can into it. And you always find some sort of a tragic, unsolved, grisly death.
All right, D.
Yes, sir.
You remember the picture of the tombstone you sent me that you found? You remember
Yes, yes, sir, I do.
Yeah,
Killed by. All right, yeah. Yeah. All right, here in a small town, not too far away from my hometown where I'm at right now, there's a tombstone that reads, "Woman killed by human wolves."
Yep.
And if you ask the locals, and Tim can attest to this, you'll find only so much on the internet. You have to actually go put boots on the ground and knock on doors, and hopefully you're from there. If not, nobody's going to tell you nothing. Now, what I heard is the people were saying they were roadmen or road agents or whatever, that accosted this woman and killed her. That's what I guess they told the travelers or whatever. The word on the local street, though, is that they were upright walking wolves. And one was shot with black powder and a black powder rifle, and it got away. But yes, these were what we call dogmen.
Yep.
Human wolves, but it's on her tombstone.
All right. Not too terribly far from you. And you know, our friend Mr. Corbin.
Yes, sir.
You know who I'm talking about?
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes, sir.
Right out there where he's from. There are I've talked to people who are from out there, and they've actually shown me what they claim are families of werewolves out there. And there are a number of reports from out in that area.
That's what got me, Kumbo.
And I think, you know,
what do you think? I think it's real. It has to be.
I don't know, man.
Because he told me that story. I mean, and you know, the area that he's from, my brother lived there, and I'd go there in the summertime. And this, I don't know if I've ever told you this.
Well, I heard this. I was researching out there decades before I ever met him, and I was hearing this stuff from a whole nother bunch of folks than
kidding.
Than our mutual friend. Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's scary. There was this one family, my brother, like, because they just they looked and felt off, and I only seen them twice while I would go and visit through the summers, and they all kind of looked alike, and not like inbred. They had this weird type of look to them.
We don't have time to talk about it now, but my God, my first time out there, I had some hair-raising experiences with some of these, and I was glad to get my butt out of there. Let me tell you, that's one of the places. I don't blame you. That was a place that I was glad to be gone from.
That whole part of the state's creepy, Kumbo. That whole part of the state just got this weird type of energy to it.
Yes, it does.
But ladies and gentlemen, we have kept Mr. Kumbo an hour and 36 minutes past what we were going to do. I knew it wasn't going to be no quick hour. We get to John at the bit, and again, Tim, you have an open invitation anytime you want to come back, and I'm sure the folks are going to want a part two. Very, very grateful for you jumping over. And again, this is the professor, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know anybody who is so willing and ready and capable of sharing so much information in just one sitting.
Yeah. Well,
I'm still appreciative of it.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people out there that try to make a living off of Bigfoot, and
right,
and you know, they go around, you know, talking in all these conferences and everything, and I've never earned a penny from anything Bigfoot related, and I don't care to, but you know, I do this just for a quest for knowledge, you know, a quest for learning about them, and then plus I want to teach. I want to disseminate as much of that as I can. But the thing is, I can't just go blabbing a lot of the stuff because it'll get people in trouble.
Right.
You know, you've got to sort of work your way into a lot of this stuff, and you got to be careful what you're doing.
Yep.
I had the incident where somebody was wanting me to tell about when I had one trying to get in my house, and I accidentally pissed one off badly, and I don't know what would have happened if he had been able to get in. But
don't want to know.
I had them right here when I first moved. When I moved in here March of 2 years ago. Next month will be 2 years I've been right here. And when I first moved in here, me and my dogs and everything, we sort of upset the good thing that the local boogers had going, and they let me know that they were not happy for me being here.
Man,
they came up. I can take you right out here on the back of the house and show you where they punched the side of the house. There's still knuckle marks there, and where they drug their fingernails down there. So you can still see the scars on the siding. And I mean, they're the masters of intimidation. They are the masters of their
absolutely
of their domain.
They'll get you out of there if they want you out of there, unless you just clench feet.
But there's so many things that the more I learn about it, the more I realize how intelligent they are. But some people have suggested they're similar to they exhibit some of the characteristics of autism. Possibly, I know one thing, they definitely exhibit some of the characteristics of OCD or anal retentive behavior, because like the way they kill deer, and the way they deer and dogs, the way they treat their food sources and stuff, their mammalian food sources. They are, now I've seen variation around the country, but the ones right here in this area right here, if you find a deer that they've killed or a dog or whatever, now I'm talking about the troop right here on my farm.
Right.
Yeah.
Without fail, and this has been this way for decades, the head is always pointed. They're laid out on the ground on their right side. Their head is always pointed south. Their feet are pointed east. Their rear end is pointed north. Always. Ooh. Without fail.
Wow.
And they have
a chill.
And they have a very specific way that they get into the body, and how in a very specific way they deal with the organs. I'm not going to go into all the details, but now
I'll tell you off air, because I found that I don't know if that's just Alabama. I know I found exactly what you described right there on the river, where a little bit west of where we went. I just gave y'all gold that whole time. Gold. Maybe I wasn't supposed to be telling y'all that. So I gave y'all some inside baseball. No, I better not. There's a reason for that. You know, no, I'll repeat it. Listen. There's, I think, a distinct reason why that stuff is, or why these creatures, these deer, are laid out the way that they were. And it makes me wonder, in the book of Leviticus, the Levite priests, how they would have to do certain sacrifices in certain ways. You know, and if they didn't, they get their game smoked. The Lord's not going to play that. I mean, he's not messing around. You know what I mean? So, I think there's something there. That something is, I'm sure, I do not know. But, anyways, just thought I'd run that past y'all. Put in the comment section what y'all think it is. Because I feel like my bones can't take my mind away from it now. That's something significant. All the limbs are pointing at a certain direction. The bodies aren't always going to be facing the same way. And that's what I was saying when you couldn't hear me, that I don't think these things are going to be doing arts and crafts with their food as elusive as they are. I may be wrong. They don't have to do too much of anything that they don't want to. They're the bully boys of the forest. And if you don't believe me, go out there and find one of their structures or one of their nests and light it afire and see what happens. It's like when and we call them nests, but they're not necessarily nests. I think they're just other forms of blinds. Because if you go and notice, you researchers and investigators that are in the chat right now, the ones that will listen afterwards, they have such a mastery. That's the only word I can think of. Such a mastery over their own emotions. I've got them on film, being ridiculously close to me, and filming behind myself as soon as like literally, if you take your finger, if you take your finger, right, and move it back until you can't see it anymore, where it's not in, that's where they stay. Just right where it's outside of your peripheral vision, and they get as close to you as possible, to where they could reach out and touch you if they wanted to. So yeah, there's nothing that they don't do that I think is, there's nothing that they do that I believe is unintentional. Or that just something that they're turning the rails with, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. They're too strategic and intellectual of a creature. But, I don't know. I think the answer is when you look at those Levite priests, because that's a ritual. That's ritualistic. Thaddeus Cray in the house, the best producer in the business. All right, folks, we're almost at the end of that block. Great interview with Kumbo. I'm sleepy, kind of. Aren't y'all sleepy? Y'all got the itis? Did y'all eat some good food today? Woodburger Farm says, I honestly think they use infrasound to cloak themselves, like messing with air water molecules around them with the vibration of it. I respectfully disagree. These things aren't using, I don't believe they're using infrasound. And if you're, don't really want to get into this. The infrasound that people say that they're using is more akin to some sort of a weapon, like a man-made weapon, than it is the infrasound that you're going to find in nature. I've been to a zoo right up north of us. It's called Arbuckle Wilderness. It's in the Arbuckle Mountains, falsely so called, but they have this tiger in what looks like a chain link fence that you put your Doberman Pinscher in or something. And I think it was scary. I mean, it was scary. It looked kind of crazy too. No, anyways, y'all enjoy the show. I'll put that thought together. I'll just kind of struck me as odd. And if you haven't already, click the thumbs up on this on the stream if you like it. And if you don't like it, get under 2 profile. This is a secret I'm going to let y'all in on. I'm going to use some inside baseball with this. Open up 2 different accounts, because I know a lot of you have 2 different accounts. And then you click the like button twice if you don't like the channel. And I heard that makes it go away forever. And for everybody else, subscribe, click the bell, all that beautiful stuff. And yeah, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah,
that's creepy.
I've seen a couple of places where the heads would be pointed west rather than south. But they're very distinct characters. And unfortunately, I saw a lot of this kind of stuff before I started taking note of how methodical they were. And I lost a lot of data, when my journals got thrown away. So I don't know if they could be, if different troops point them in all different directions or what. But I just know that the ones here on my farm are extremely methodical and do it the exact same way all the time and have done it the exact same way for decades. So it's something that's passed on from generation to generation.
How about that?
And I've seen this methodical disseminate or characteristics of and down in Mississippi and other states.
Yeah. I got a question.
Have
you ever come across in your area one that likes to lay out stones in like a crescent shape?
Oh God.
I mean, I know everybody knows about them stacking stones, but that's the one I've never really heard anybody mention. But yeah.
Let me tell you, I've got a really nice brick fire ring out in the front yard that my brother-in-law built. Just here about 3 months ago, they got in here and they pulled half of the brick. They pulled half of the bricks out and made a crescent-shaped deal out of the bricks out of the fire ring.
Wow!
And I'm talking now. These are not typical like concrete blocks. These are those. They're concrete, solid concrete, but they're sort of curved a little bit, specifically for making retaining walls or fire pits and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen those before. At Orston's, actually.
The ones that they left in the ground were in a crescent shape, and the ones that they tore out, it was perfectly round circle, and the ones that they tore out, they put them in a crescent shape.
How about that?
And
I've not ran into that in the places I've been, but that's weird.
But they come up in my yard. They mess with stuff. I've got a pile of, I've got some bricks left over from, I don't know what it came from. I don't know, but they move those things around and stack them in different ways. There's a light pole out there in the yard. I'm talking about a booger light pole, yard light pole. And they stack rocks up around it, and I mean they do all kind of crap right around here. And no, I'm going to find it. But they have. When I was a boy, there was a place that we used to like to camp and have picnics and stuff back on the back of the farm, and they would get in there and we'd build a fire pit, and you'd come back I'd go over and build a fire pit because we were going to come the next day or something. So I'd have the fire pit already. We get there, it's either torn all to pieces and slung all over the place, or half of the rocks are gone. They're just like a semicircle there. And 20 feet away, there's the rocks that they took in a semicircle or some other, usually in a semicircle.
Yep.
But this taking place in two different areas. That's fascinating to me. Something to that.
We're both in Alabama.
Yeah, but even still, though, I mean, in different places. Well, at any rate, we could go on with this all night because there's so much. Like, we open up a can of worms and we're going to have all the fish out of that pond because there's so many questions. And that's why I named this Bigfoot 101. I knew exactly what it was going to be, and I'm grateful for it. Again, folks, Bigfoot University. You're talking to the headmaster right here.
Yeah.
We're
I
grateful
hope he comes
for you
back. I
coming
got
out.
more questions.
I got more questions.
Yeah.
But you, these guys, one grew up around them, and I'm stupid enough to go down there to on the river with them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely thank y'all for being such a great audience. We instead of going down as the show went, we're at 80 people. I hate to leave y'all, but I'll tell you what, Kumbo, would you be willing to come back in the future?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. It's an honor to have you, sir. Again, you're one of the greatest.
Yes.
And ladies and gentlemen, this has been the BDRP Late Show. This is Mr. Kumbo Baker. Do you have any? Well, you're retired, so yeah. That's what makes this even more special to me. So again, it's been an honor.
Been a guest of honor.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely, the guest of honor. So, folks, again, thank you very much. Hit the like on this because you know you liked it. You know you did. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Click that bell so you can stay up on all the new content because we got even more awesome stuff coming your way. Talk to you next time, guys.
Hey, how folks doing? Yeah, now just to double down. I'm going to double down on these people think that alternative playing around. I fought the Ku Klux Klan in Lexington, Kentucky. When I first opened my first chicken place, everybody was saying, oh, well, he got colored folks working. He got black people working it. Yeah, I got black people working it. Hey, let's come on in, let's go talk to him. When that prejudice man walked through the door, I sucked him right in his prejudice mouth. And he went to stomping him. Now, I'm just playing about that, folks. No, I'm not playing at all. I'm just Hey, listen, we're going to fight predators here, BDRP Supernatural, and you're going to help us. Well, how can we help us, Colonel? I'm glad you asked that. You're going to click subscribe, you're going to click the bell, you're going to click the thumbs up, you're going to share the video. Every last one of them. That's what you're going to do to help us fight predators. And if I come back over here and the bear say, because Bear looked all sad about it, he said, well, Colonel, I don't know what to do. I said, I know what to do for it.
Folks, go on Amazon and check out my book, The Oklahoma Bigfoot File. This is my first solo effort after co-authoring 2 books with my good friend James Williams, who you know as Dark Waters. These were given to me personally by Oklahoma natives. They've never been heard before in the public. You have to get the book to hear them. And the good thing is, this is only volume 1. Check it out on Amazon or Kindle. And I'll see you on The Late Show.
Hey, how folks doing? Yeah, now just to double down. I'm going to double down on these people think that alternative playing around. I fought the Ku Klux Klan in Lexington, Kentucky. When I first opened my first chicken place, everybody was saying, oh, well, he got colored folks working. He got black people working it. Yeah, I got black people working it. Hey, let's come on in, let's go talk to him. When that prejudice man walked through the door, I sucked him right in his prejudice mouth. And he went to stomping him. Now, I'm just playing about that, folks. No, I'm not playing at all. Hey, listen, we're going to fight predators here, BDRP Supernatural, and you're going to help us. Well, how can we help us, Colonel? I'm glad you asked that. You're going to click subscribe, you're going to click the bell, you're going to click the thumbs up, you're going to share the video. Every last one of them. That's what you're going to do to help us fight predators. And if I come back over here and the bear say, because Bear looked all sad about it, he said, well, Colonel, I don't know what to do. I said, I know what to do for it.
Natives are trying something new with this vertical screen. See, I told you these black folks always trying to fix what's not broken. He come into Bigfoot and Dogman field when he was unwelcome. They said already that they don't serve watermelon and chicken down in Bigfootville. And I'll now be at your own state won't let you come down there. No colors allowed, dogs. Anyways, you ready for the late show because he's here with Merle and some other colored fella.
Oh, stop that. Hold on now. What the hell do y'all call yourselves doing? That's the music for the late show, and this is the early show. What the hell be dolls?
Do I introduce to you Mr. ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I introduce to you Mr. Brian Ritchie. What's up, Brian?
How's it going, D? Glad to be here with you guys tonight, brother.
Glad to have you here. And just jumping right into it, I don't want to tell tales out of school, but you have to hire a little security before you were even comfortable doing the show.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, it was necessary to deal with situations I've had to deal with in the past due to my past profession and my past line of work. I do want to offer just a little bit of clarification for the listeners tonight. I am not, nor have I ever been in the military, or have I ever worked for the CIA. I have, due to my profession, worked with both the military, the CIA. I've worked with special ops teams from the USA, Australia, Britain, Germany, Israel, and a few more. I would love to divulge more than that, but that's about as far as I can go on that subject.
That's about as far as you can tell us on that.
That's as far as I can go with that, brother.
Well, that's completely understandable. No worries, bro. I mean,
to be, I guess you could say I was a contractor. That would be the easiest way to put it.
Well, I'll change that specialist to contractor because we understand that you're independent and all that. Anyways, moving forward, for any who have heard it already, the incident where the gentleman ran into a not a skinwalker, but what would you describe it as, Brian?
Oh, it was definitely. I did not know
the rake creature
at the time. Yes, I didn't understand what I was seeing at the time, but through research and time passing and learning more about what happened, I and a few gentlemen that I work with on a regular basis had a couple of different encounters that involved dogmen and rakes.
Which I think the between the two, I think you'd rather run into the dogman.
9 times out of 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. I have a huge amount of respect for I don't even like calling them creatures or cryptids or the terms that people use for them. And people may understand more why I say that here in a bit, but as far as referring to the dogmen, but that rake creature that's a whole different beast. That's something that I don't feel is a natural creature, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And folks, you've heard us talk about the natural and unnatural creatures before. I believe the atypical dogman and Bigfoot creatures are natural creatures.
I wholeheartedly agree.
But anyways, so please continue, not to cut you off, sir.
Oh, hey, it's no problem, brother. Well, just to, I guess for some clarification and so people understand who they're listening to tonight, because I know some of the things I'm going to say are going to sound very out there. It's going to stretch some people. I get nothing out of this. I'm not going to have a YouTube channel. I'm not going to write a book. I'm not going to do any of those things to become famous or to make money or anything off any of this. I'm doing this because I believe in the BDRP. I believe in the project. I believe in what's happening here, what we're trying to do here, and what we're trying to educate people so that they have a greater understanding of what is happening in the lands that surround us. Okay. Since 1990, I joined a government agency I have been to countries. I have been on several continents. I have helped our military, the CIA, and a few other agencies that most probably have not heard of, fight against people and in places like ISIS, the Taliban, drug cartels, insurgents, and many other types of areas. I have spent a life grounded in reality. I have spent a life grounded in combat and training. And once I stopped doing these things and I retired to be with my family, I took on a mission to help veterans, pardon, cope with transition into civilian life and to become a part of their communities and stuff. And part of doing this, you know, you have to use the skills that God's given you in order to be a productive member of society. So I take these guys out. We go on trips. We train together. We go on what we like to call field ops. They're not anything official. It is just to get out, get some exercise, do the things that we're familiar with, and to understand that there is a place for us here still. And while doing these things, we've encountered some cross people cooking drugs, things that's along those lines. But the things that we experienced, you know, the first time I was alone, I went out to scout an area to
Well, how long has this been taking place? Dadgummit. See, this is what I tell you. It's kind of stuff that put Hitler into power. How long has the stream been down? Well, I got 10 soldiers in there going hard in the paint with me. I appreciate that. Mainline Mitch, I'm sorry to give you a rinse before. Shoot me an email, oklahomados@gmail.com. You're in every stream, and yeah, I want to bring you in into the fold. You're good people. So let's see. Honestly, no sound, close themselves. No sound, no sound. Let's see. 420. Damn, it's been like this for 40 minutes? No way. That's crazy. So we got 7 people in there? Damn. I'm gonna keep it on. I don't know. I'm gonna tell you. Drop a 1 in the chat if you go with me. That's bananas. There's some wisdom in this live stream. So, one thing I was going to share with you guys is an article that was sent to me by brother Jeremy. It's about a 4D ghost that was found at CERN. CERN, of course, is doing their nonsense on the day of the eclipse. I'm going to tell you something about this eclipse and everything going on with it. Folks, don't listen to all that fear-mongering and all that nonsense. That's all it is. This is a sign from our Father who art in heaven to us. And the devil's going to take it and try to run with it and do whatever he wants. You know how that goes. So, folks, I mean, I don't know what to tell you besides that. Those red heifers, if their sacrifice does not signal the coming of our Mashiach, it signals the coming of the false Mashiach, their Messiah. You got to read that Bible, folks. You got to get in biblical scripture. Take your Bible course. There's a lot of people that are going off of rhetoric and half understood facts of the matter. So, we're going back in again. Sorry about that. I'll tell you what. Let's get it back rolling. The CIA interview. How about that? Sound good to y'all? And apologies again. I don't know how that happened. We're still working out kinks. Still pretty fun. All right.
My children were very, very young. I had, they were babies. Now my kids. This may sound harsh to some of you, but I don't expect you to understand if you've never lived the life of a man like I am. But my kids are trained. My kids are well-trained human beings.
I know exactly what you mean, bro. Like, my daughter can use a knife better than some grown men. So I know what you're saying.
I discussed this with my family.
And, doing the show tonight, I didn't just discuss this with my wife. I discussed this with my whole family. And everybody agreed that it needed to be done. They know what's going on. And that's, as you referred to earlier, I do have a 3-man security team around my perimeter right now. Like right now. There's 2 Marine Raiders and a previous Navy SEAL outside my house right now.
Do you think the repercussions for you coming forward would be that severe?
Possibly.
Why take the risk, right?
It has to be done. It has to be done because I'm tired of the lies and I'm tired of the misconceptions. People need to understand what is around us. And I've just finally reached a point, especially with my most current experiences, that I believe this has got to come out. It's got to come out more. People need to know what's going on.
Can you tell us what state this happened in without being too specific?
Kentucky.
Cryptid Disney World, folks.
Yeah, I don't mind saying it at all. It's everything that I've just talked about happened in Kentucky.
So you have this incident where your friends were killed. Where was your mind after this? You saw these creatures that aren't supposed to exist, and all of a sudden, men you were close to lose their lives.
Well, just as men who've been in combat know, I was angry. I was very angry. I wanted to do something about it. Actually, there's a third experience with the rake. That this one does not involve dogmen whatsoever. That I've been planning on emailing to text to have him relate, that I haven't gotten to, that is kind of goes perfectly along the lines of the question you just asked. How did I feel about it? It's not just how I felt about it, it's what we did about it.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like something I want to hear. What did you do about it?
If you would rather, do it just the way you did the other 2 encounters, that's fine, and I'll take care of it. But if you want to relay it here, you're more than welcome to.
Give me just a minute. I'm taking a drink of beer because I'm going to need some nerve.
You take your time, bro. Our time is your time right now, and it's live, so they're waiting on us just like you are. So you take your time. People are patient at the BDRP.
All right, brother. We hunted it. We went looking for it this time. Now, there was only 4 of us left who were willing to do this. And I may do this in greater detail to where it can be put out.
Yeah, that's fine. And go into
later,
more,
but
however you want to do it.
Whatever kind of unnatural creature these are, they die. They bleed and they die. It took us about 6 weeks. We were very angry, and we wanted, it's not a matter of revenge, it was a matter of a reckoning. There was a price that needed to be paid.
Man, wow. So
4 men with Barrett 50 caliber rifles can do quite a bit.
No doubt.
How
long ago did this occur? as opposed to your first experience with this
It was
creature?
about a year and a half after our brothers died. It took us a while to get the nerve up to go back. Because, I mean, you know, me and every one of these men that I was with, these are multiple tour veterans. These weren't just guys that went in the Army and, you know, did a stint stateside. These were combat veterans. And this thing scared the crap out of us. I mean, it was terrifying. It's terrifying. The things that we faced, the odds that we faced, the people that we fought, the places that we've been. This thing made us feel a level of fear that no human being has ever made us feel.
So you wouldn't classify this thing as an animal?
No. I can't think of a better term than to call it a demon.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree from the descriptions I've read and the reports that I've been sent about this thing, you know, and I always set it to the side and I talk to people personally, but I didn't know what to do with it because I deal with data and it didn't really fit into any parameters that I was used to.
Yeah, I'll put it this way, brother. It took 47 rounds of 50 caliber.
47 rounds of 50 caliber. Wow.
47 rounds of 50 caliber over a 7.5 mile stretch.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that this creature may have been man-made? I know that you know about the domes. And that's a theory that I've been working with because they so much as announced it in a roundabout way in the public that there's these experiments going on with splicing this creature with that creature, human DNA with this type of beast. Did it look like anything that could have been an amalgamation of different creatures, or was it just straight up some hideous monster?
It was just a hideous monster. Did not look like an amalgamation, but I will tell you this. In my research since then, I still have friends that are active military right now. I have my suspicions, especially when you factor in Fish and Game and the FBI's response. I have my suspicions that this thing is lab grown. I'm not going to swear to that, so please, nobody, I'm not claiming that it is. But I definitely have my suspicions.
I can't get over the 47 rounds of 50 caliber shot. And I understand it's over 7 miles, but like if an elephant or a water buffalo takes one of those shots, it's done.
Yeah, it was a run and gun for 7.5 mile stretch.
And it's just eating these shots. Did it? Could you tell that it was affecting it at the very least? Because I couldn't imagine even what kind of muscle mass would you
Definitely you could tell that there was an effect. Just wouldn't go down. Just would not go down. I mean, the final 3 shots were 6 inches from the barrel to the cranium. And it didn't stop moving till the last shot.
Dude. All right. Here's the big question that I have. And I'll understand why you wouldn't be able to answer it. But if you kill something, there's a body.
Yes.
What happened to this body?
This is where it gets very interesting. This entire time that we were hunting this thing, we honestly believed it was just the 4 of us. We were alone. Within 15 minutes of this thing's body stopped twitching, there was 4 helicopters above us.
Wow. 4 helicopters.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and tell you something I've never even told my wife.
Well, before you do, I just want to point out that this is far and beyond our record live show. It's 350 listeners, so You're going to be after the fact. It's going to be a lot of people that know about it. But
we spent. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Again, I'm done hiding in the shadows, brother.
Yes, sir. I mean,
we spent, all four of us spent 6 months in a military lockup. That did not happen. The hunt took place here in Kentucky. We were transported out of state for lockup. A lot of tough and bad and rough things happened in that amount of time. So, like I said, for many years, nobody's talked about it. And I actually made contact with the three guys that were with me that night over the last 2 days now to let them know I was going to do this. One of them understands. The other two are very pissed off at me right now. They get it, but they're not happy.
That's completely understandable.
You know,